What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How we all doing? It's a great day today. It is a whatever day it is of the week. It's a Wednesday today. It's Wednesday. It is 10:05 p.m. here in Korea. Sorry about the little delay. I did a great introduction, except for I hadn't gone live yet, so I just considered a practice run for this. What do we got going on today? We have a trial. Well, it's a hearing anyway. We have a hearing. It's a bond hearing for the ONLYFANS Model murder case, or as we've dubbed her, Stabby McOnlyFans. And if anyone ever has a better nickname than Stabby McOnlyFans, throw it on up there. But that's what we're going with so far. So what's the deal with the bond hearing? She's been charged with second-degree murder with a deadly weapon. Her trial is going to be who knows when. It'll be well into next year before the trial starts. She wants to get out on bail before then. She wants to be free. She wants to roam the neighborhood. She wants to be out. So this is a hearing scheduled to the judge will decide whether or not to let her out pending the start of the criminal trial. Whether or not the judge will do that, the judge will decide on December 8th. The chances of her being released are probably just about as close to zero as it's possible to be without actually being zero. For all practical intents and purposes, there's no chance at all she's getting out. Nobody's going to let a murderer out on bail, especially one that has resources to go somewhere else. But she's going to give it her best shot. It was a 2-day hearing, so we've got a lot of ground to cover today. We're going to do 1.25 speed as usual, if we can at all help it. We want to keep this going as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's a 4 hours and 30 minutes, so hopefully we can wrap it up in about 4 hours if we go on a little bit extra speed. We'll just have to see if it's intelligible. Now, a few things before we get going. Again, today is the first day of the hearing. Tomorrow we'll be doing O.J. Simpson as usual on Thursdays, and then on Friday we will do day 2 of this hearing. And next Monday will be another Maritime Monday. And then next Tuesday, the 29th, we will be doing a Taylor Shabusiness update. Taylor Shabusiness update, as well as a deep dive into what we know by that point in the University of Idaho murders. The four people, the 3 men, the 3 women and 1 man that were killed last Sunday, I believe. Yeah. We'll be doing a deep dive into what we know at that point. See if we're any closer to resolving this mystery by next Tuesday. So that's what's coming up for about the next week. A few things about this hearing before we get going. The audio sucks. The audio is really bad, so I'm assuming that the closed captions will be even worse. But we're going to give it our best shot. We're going to crank up the volume. The volume's set now for I think it's like 500% on the channel. But if we need to go up to 600, we can go up to 600%. We'll just have to see how that goes. But other than that, once we bump it up to 600%, it's out of my hands. We've done as much as there can be. Hopefully they get their stuff together by the time this thing actually goes to trial. It's a law and crime stream, so take that for what it's worth. Anything else we need to address about the hearing before we jump into it? No, I don't think we do. Wearing the black hat today because I wore the white hat yesterday, and I don't want to seem like I'm a racist. So what's to be expected of this hearing? The defense and the prosecution are going to make arguments for why she should be released and why she shouldn't be released. They're going to be talking to a lot of police officers. They're going to be showing a lot of video, a lot of photographs, a lot of phone calls, a lot of things like that that we haven't seen yet. And some that we have seen, some that we went through yesterday, as a matter of fact. Her father is going to be testifying. That's kind of interesting. I watched a little bit of that. But by and large, I haven't seen much of this because I want to go through it together. Like I said, we got a lot of ground to cover. So unless there's anything else we need to talk about, I'm going to jump right into it after we do the initial beginning of the show, Grift, which you all know and love. Mods, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We've got quite a few mods out here today. Alan and Flux, Rose. We're stacked up good with mods right at the very beginning. That's good. And for those of you that are here in chat, welcome. We have the best chat on the internet. The Vice Squad kicks ass. We rock. And just in case you wanted to let your friends know, please feel free to share this video. Please invite your friends. Send it to everywhere. Post it on your social media. Let people know that Legal Vices is here. Right now, we currently have 289 viewers as we run up to this trial and 117 likes. So we need to get those likes numbers up. Stay above the 50%, stay above 60%. If we get 100%, that'd be freaking awesome. But the higher the likes, the more YouTube gets the word out, and that puts us in a good place. It gets us on the recommended videos. It gets us on the little cards at the end. It gets us up on people's home screens. That helps us grow. So while you don't think much about clicking the like button, and I forget to click my friends and the other content creators like buttons quite a bit, unless they mention it, because we just don't think about it. But the creators, we think about it. Because that's what YouTube looks at. YouTube looks at the likes. So hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. I would deeply appreciate that. And if you have subscribed, make sure that you are still subscribed. YouTube went through kind of another purge a few days ago, with about 30 subscriptions being just kind of done away with. Some of them I'm sure were voluntary. Some I know were involuntary because I've gotten the text messages. I've got the emails saying I've been unsubscribed yet again. So just do a double check. Make sure you're still subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, please do. And like I just said, hit that like button. That's the most important thing. I don't grift for too many super chats, but I do grift for the likes. I like grifting for likes. And as far as the super chats go, as always, there is no minimum super chat required to engage me. There's no minimum amount. I gratefully accept anything you send my way. And to show my gratitude and my thanks, I guarantee I will answer whatever question you ask. I will read whatever is there and respond to it. I still try to read what's going on in chat and answer as many of those as I can. But the super chats do take top priority because you're supporting me, and I am obligated to repay that by addressing your donations. All right. So I'm going to bring up the video, and while I'm doing that, let's see who's going to be the first super chat. Who's going to get the ball rolling? Just kidding. Let's see. Well, not really. Okay. Here we are. And the answer to that question. Oh, let's do the bigger window. All righty. Now you're going to see a bit of a difference between what she was looking like in those hot, sexy pictures that we looked at yesterday. Prison time. She's been in prison since August, at least. Well, in jail, sorry. So a few months, no makeup. Her hair ain't been did for a while. So we'll have to see how she's looking. Oh, X-Comer kicks it off. X-Comer Triple Z kicks us off with a blank super chat. That's as good as a worded super chat. It just makes my job easier because I don't have to really say anything other than thank you. Thank you, X-Homer, from the bottom of my heart. And I'm going to have to get another volume booster for Edge, because I really hate the way I cannot get rid of that stupid little thing in the upper right-hand corner. That annoys me. The one on Chrome doesn't have that, but I need to find one that doesn't have this ridiculous volume lever up there. Alrighty, here we go. And Kirk, thank you so much. Says, even if I can't watch you, I hit the like button. And well, that's what I would say to all of you that are just watching this in the background. You're listening to it in the background. You're listening to it at work, or as you're driving around, or as you're doing your job, or whatever you're doing your homework. Come back later when you get a bit of a time, hit the like button and leave a comment. That would be great. That would show them that there's post live streaming engagement. And with that, I swear right now, I'm going to hit play and we're going to start this hearing. The hearing kicks off about 2 minutes into it. And I'll address the super chats as they come in. Ordinarily with the trial, we address the super chats when there's a break, but this isn't the most exciting trial. You'll see it's informative and it's interesting, but it's not the most exciting. So it's not going to really kill anything if we talk over people if we need to. But we're here Like I said, this is a 4 hour and 30-minute hearing, and we're going to be watching it at 1.25 speed. Julio says, we always called these butterface. Everything looks good, but her face. Yeah, I'm starting to, I mean, just kind of looking at it, she's lost a little bit of tone. She hasn't been able to hit Gold's gym every day. So she's looking a little worse for wear. There she is there. The supermodel, the bikini model, the health fitness model kind of bod sort of turned into prison carb food. All right, let's go here. All right, let's see if we can do better than Potato Cam here.
You have anything for me, honey?
I have a lot of stuff for you.
A lot.
Oh, come on. We need the super chats for that. Do you have anything for me, honey? Oh, I got a lot of stuff for you. Look at the sexy courtroom banter in the background. She's chonked out a bit, hasn't she? That little sleek thoroughbred look is gone. The prison carbs are setting in. The eyebrows are growing back. Fedorovsky says water waiting. Eating a bunch of the prison packs. She might have her hand on some good commissary money too, to stock up on zooms and whams and the what the hell's the coffee they drink there, the gold coffee, whatever the hell it is. I don't think that's a 666 on her neck. All right, let's get to the hearing. That's dad there, and I assume that's mom. Come on. Everybody get to court. That's the lawyer. Signing documents. We're going to get paid, right? We're going to get paid, right? Flux says she not sexy. And Flux would know. Flux has the sexy vision. Come on, who? All right, we're getting ready for business. It's a female judge. We've had a lot of female judges recently.
Yes, Judge. And for the record, Sean Abdullah, Quinn, and Kathleen Hogue on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Larry Hanford on behalf of the Homicide family representing the
I'm assuming you guys are going to want me to boost the volume up to 600%. Yeah, see, this is allegedly 720p. All right, I guess we should just kick it back down to normal speed. All right, so how's the volume? It's almost silent. Yeah, it is almost silent. When they actually start using the microphones, it gets a little better, but like I said, it's kind of a dicey audio. Let's see, skip ahead a little bit.
For which the burden's on the defendant. Before the court, there isn't any.
Yeah.
Not even an affidavit to submit to the court. So the defendant would be unable to support its burden under the case law to meet the two-pronged test that I outlined previously to the court. Furthermore, as it pertains to that issue, there are,
as I was saying, this stream is horrible, but it gets better as it goes along.
videos in the lobby of a building in public, clear as day. I mean, the defense can't even on its face respond to that, assuming that they somehow meet the two-pronged test. The second aspect, as it pertains to the three following recordings, frankly, defense is their point. It is an recording by security from the outside of the building.
Yeah, and this is a 720 resolution here. Let's see if we can step it up a bit. We'll drop down to 360 and work our way north. It actually does get better, I promise.
Sure. Again, I can. That one is, and council can disagree with me or agree with me. It's my recommendation. The lobby of the building shows Miss Clenny with a dog walking up and sitting down in this room. Sally is reporting demonstrating up. For a while, it reports Miss Clenny's chest, and they have a conversation between them. And Miss Clenny or Mr. Buselli says something to the effect that it's not right to pick me, and she then whispers in response some expletives. That all happened in the lobby of a lot of.
And this right here is as good as it gets, ladies and germs.
So the defense would be impossible for the defense to show an expectation of privacy as it pertains to that. The three remaining ones, I would agree that they occurred in their apartment. Very brief snippets. You can see the apartment from the inside, either the TV or the clothing on the floor or something to that effect. So I don't disagree with that. And assuming the defense is able to make their showing of two prongs, that they would fail in the reasonable expectation of privacy. Explicitly, actually, their defense exhibit G, which while they characterize it as quote audio surveillance, I have for the court the incident report from the building that day, February 26, 2022, where the security guard said that she recorded the woman's voice. It's the last sentence.
Yeah, these subtitles are actually pretty good considering the quality of the audio.
The outside of the apartment. So certainly recording from the outside of the apartment is different than recording from the inside of the apartment. But the point is that if it's audible from the outside of the apartment, she does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy. And the very nature of her shouting and the building sending her emails about the arguments, police responding uncalled by her or anybody else because of the arguments, necessarily relates that a reasonable person shouting at the top of their lungs can expect that their neighbors will hear it and possibly record it. The fact that Christian recorded it is of no consequence. Whether she consented to it is of no consequence because 3, 5, if I'm not mistaken, it's either 3, 5, and 7 because I believe the videos are odd numbers and the metadata are the even numbers.
Yeah, notifications are kind of being a bit spotty. Other people are saying the same thing, that their notifications aren't getting received. But
Judge, with respect to the lobby video, we don't have an objection to that. But it's clear that there is no video. Your Honor's correct. There's no video on those other recordings because the recording device, which is the phone, is secreted on his person. So that's why there is no video, because it's on his person. With respect to the state's argument about the security could hear outside, that's a separate incident. That is not the day of these recordings. And this apartment, and this actually comes is important later on in our presentation. This apartment has an elevator that goes directly into the apartment. It's got basically its own floor, own entrance. This is not an apartment building that has multiple units separated by thin drywall. Okay, this apartment had its own floor, and the state cannot dispute that. The state also cannot dispute that this was a surreptitious recording, secreted on his person. Therefore, it's a clear violation of 934. It's an illegal wiretap. This is a two-party state.
yeah, I know.
And the only thing
This is the best we can do.
There's an expectation of privacy, and that society is willing to accept that. And that's in Canario. I think it's in Canario.
So now the argument here is being made that the secret recordings that we were talking about yesterday that Obumseli made should be excluded because it's a two-party consent state where both parties have to consent to a recording. And they're saying she didn't consent, so they have to be, there's no expectation of, there is an expectation of privacy in their home and expectation of her privacy, so it should not be allowed in.
What more would society be willing to accept than somebody, whether they're raising their voice, yelling, screaming, than their own apartment? That is clearly, we've met the burden and the standards that's elicited or is laid out in State versus Incarnati. Further, Judge, the recording The big difference between the recording that the defense submitted to you with, I think it was G, is a recording by a security guard from the One Paraiso building. Pursuant to her job duties, she is investigating a disturbance. Anything she records during her duties is something that it would be, number one, it's not going to be hearsay because it would be a business record.
And so this is the prosecution making the opposite argument, that they're in their home, they have the expectation of privacy in their home, but he's also in the home, and also the people that are doing their work and can hear them yelling out in the hallway, recording that may be part of their own job.
Normally, there would not be anybody outside her door. There wouldn't be. So the reasonable expectation of privacy that Ms. Clenny had is obvious. And I think it's an expectation of privacy that society is clearly willing to accept in one's own apartment under the circumstances of this particular case.
So let me say this. First of all, we would deny your request for not having this as a hearing because it's untimely. We want to go ahead and allow argument to the court so that I can make a ruling as to whether or not these recordings are going to be in evidence for the purposes of this hearing only. I think that you can make arguments both ways as to the defense's allegations as well as the state. So I'm going to go ahead and hear arguments and make a comment. Second, the recording that is taken by the security officer at the apartment building, are you both agreeing that that is a recording of the same incident that is being played under?
No, that was February 26th, Judge. Again, it took a little bit of digging because it was resaved as a different thing, so I didn't know what it was in reference to. Once I located it, I located the adjoining report, which I'm going to have for counsel and for the court. And so it is not the same incident, but again, the premise of that argument, and frankly, the fact that it's audible from the outside, at this point, we can agree that it is not inaudible. We can hear Ms. Clenny screaming.
And was that also taken from inside of your apartment building?
So
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you have an expectation of privacy, then
it doesn't matter.
you shouldn't be allowed to record people where they have an expectation of privacy. And the defense is saying they were in their home, so they had an expectation of privacy and the expectation not to be recorded while they're in their home. But the prosecution is saying, well, they could hear you out in the hall, so that expectation of privacy is gone. And anybody out in the hall should be allowed to record you because you're hearing it in the hallway, not keeping it within the confines of your own home.
The detective can testify if necessary, but there were complaints from individuals 2 floors above and 2 floors below. So irrespective of the private floor, quote unquote, there were 3 months worth of Ms. Clenny screaming. And again, just as a reasonable matter, an individual does not have an expectation of privacy in their sound waves being too far and too loud for other people to hear.
This trial is from last week.
She is screaming.
We're just reviewing it now. The judge will make the decision on December 8th.
The way this building is laid out, and if necessary, I'm sure the detective can testify to this in all calls and ways. The only people that can access that apartment and the landing area outside of the elevator is with a key fob type thing that has to be inserted into the control panel of the elevator. That's it. That or an employee. So a reasonable person would know that nobody's coming to my foyer landing area outside the elevator. It's a disingenuous argument. It was a very private apartment complex.
I think that is true, generally speaking, and I think for the conversations that were recorded where she's not yelling at the top of her lungs. In fact, I had to turn it down when I was listening to the lowest point of my volume on my computer because she was yelling that loudly. I think that your point is belied by the fact.
Well, I wish your audio in the courtroom is so good that I had to turn the audio down to hear you.
That neighbors had called in. If they had not been able to hear her, and if they had not been able to hear her from other apartment buildings, and they would have been called in, number one, and number two, the fact that in February, so on notice of the fact that everybody can hear her screaming. They've already called security on her. They've already called police on her.
Well, Judge, I think they called the police on them.
Now I put my microphone down to 50%. How does that sound? I can't even hear my own self right now. How does that sound to you guys? Somebody's going to have to tell me how it sounds at 50%.
Ones that she's not screaming, I think that she does have an expectation of privacy there, but she's talking in normal voice. But the one where she's screaming at the top of her lungs, for the purposes of this hearing only, I'm going to rule that I'm going to allow it in, because I don't think that there is that subjective expectation of privacy, number one, and number two, I don't think that it's one that society would reasonably accept for the purposes of this. And we, again,
God, the court volume is up 600% and I'm down to 50%. And it's a nice balance. Good job, court.
ones where she's not yelling at me, I've written down, I think, videos 1 and 2. The ones where she's not yelling and that she is in the bedroom, I'm going to exclude because I think that she does have an expectation of privacy.
So I have them listed, judges, items 1, 3, 5.
So it looks like the judge isn't buying the expectation of privacy argument when neighbors are hearing them and calling the police because they're too loud, and the hotel and the apartment staff are recording it.
Is elevating her voice.
Okay, they're the only ones, I mean, I made a distinction and that's what my ruling is gonna be. I mean, when I have to turn my volume all the way down because the voices are that raised, I can see that there's a distinction potentially there. That's what I see. And the second video, which is not the lobby, I did not hear the raised voices.
So then for the purposes of the record and the clerk, item in exhibit 11, the court is admitting item 1 and 5, item 3 and 7 are not considered. The metadata of that obviously should be admitted just because of content. But so items 3 and 7 are not admitted.
Well, at least the volume, the video quality improved.
I think the 7 was a continuation of.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay.
I mean, if I'm.
Okay, so it's just 3. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
So next up for us, I think I have defense's motion to strike. State's motion to publish.
Now, this is a motion by the defense to exclude some piece of evidence, to strike something from the charges.
We can go ahead and give our argument as that, but your motion is also state's.
Sure, Judge, our motion was very detailed. I think that we can rely upon that with much argument. I would just say, obviously, we've been scheduling this for quite some time, Judge. And at no time did the government file their motion for pretrial detention, right? It says the plain language of the rule and the accompanying statutes indicates that this is close to first appearance, but then they latch on to the at any time before trial. But we've been putting the court and the state on notice of this hearing. And clearly it's an attempt to undercut the extremely high standard of Arthur, proof evident presumption rate. And we think that based on the delay in the state filing this, the delay in not only the arrest of Ms. Clenny, but the delay then in filing this is grounds for the court to strike.
Judge, I had a motion for pretrial detention ready when she was still in Hawaii. We decided not to because it would require us to put on evidence within 5 days, and it was done as a courtesy. The case law is clear. The defendant has not been granted any bail. We are in setting to set bail where it would be proper. It's almost first appearance, but for the fact that it's obviously not she's been in custody, but it's still a setting where a bail would be addressed. Notwithstanding that, the defendant's argument would lead subsection B of the pretrial detention rule superfluous. So it would basically make it so that that whole rule has no purpose if we're not filing it, at a later stage.
So I do agree with the state. When you are reading Rule 2.32, the plain nature of the statute does say that they can file it at any time. I do believe that the case law that defense provided is distinguishable because there has been no onset in this, and it's not a motion to modify.
Come on, Judge, get a microphone.
Let's go ahead then and get to the substance of the argument hearing and the motion for publication.
All right, now they're going to start the bond hearing. Before we get there, Flux just says pass. Nice, Lux. Just pass.
For judicial economy, I believe both are appropriate.
Solon the Lich says motion to name this case the Homicide. Oh, I like that.
And it's to
The Stabby McOnlyFans Homicide case. I like that.
Recall last week at our hearing on the 8th, the state asked if we had any witnesses to call, we talked about Ms. Clenney, the mother, and I said, Judge, vice versa, we would like to know if the state has any witnesses or exhibits so that we can prepare. We heard nothing.
Yes, she
from
stabbed
them.
and killed her
So,
boyfriend.
as of yesterday, when we filed our response, in the response, it actually says regarding the medical examiner, there's been no report or even
One shot right to the heart. Got him.
advising he's going to testify. Yet this morning, we just were told a few minutes ago, not this morning, like here at the hearing, right before you came in, they're calling the detective and the medical examiner. We have not had any opportunity to prepare. They did not advise us of this. We just want to make sure the court is aware of that.
Yes, Judge, so both two witnesses, our lead detective as well as the medical examiner, have been listed in discovery. We have a right to call any of these witnesses, any of the listed witnesses in our initial discovery witness list. The medical report, our medical examiner's report, was made available to copy inspection. That's not something that we turn over. They have to request it through and then pay the fee to the medical examiner's office. So the fact that they had not done that, they were advised of how to do that, that's on them, that's not us. And so we're calling those two witnesses. They know who they are. Just because they're not prepared based off of, for whatever reason that they're saying, we made them available with this information ahead of time.
Judge, for whatever reason, is that they failed to advise us after Your Honor actually said, I believe at the hearing, you said, yes, everybody please exchange what witnesses you're calling. So I'm not saying that we weren't aware. Obviously, we're aware of these individuals. We have reports. That's really not the point here.
Well, it sounds like that's the point. They gave you a list with the people and you're not prepared to question them. There you go. You have to be prepared to call, to cross-examine every witness on the list. Good. You got to be prepared.
Judge, could we have some type of ruling from the court that in any future evidentiary hearings that the state will properly and timely disclose witnesses?
They properly and timely disclosed it, defense. Exactly. The witness list is just a list of potential witnesses. They can choose not to call some of the people on there. You have to be prepared.
I think that my order would have been, and then maybe I misspoke, is that any witness lists have to be listed. As long as they have listed a witness list, and you have listed the witness list, you know, discovery obligation witness list, then I think that everybody has discovery obligations.
And Judge, because you mentioned it, I have to know the defense has not made any discovery witness list, but we are not raising that issue.
Yeah, so you have to give a list of everybody you intend to call or may call as a witness. You don't have to call all of them. You can just decide not to call some of them. What's difficult is if you want to call someone who's not on that list. You have to have a really good reason why they're not on that list.
Is this okay? I mean, it's a little crowded over here, but.
All cell phones will be turned off.
Me, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Dude, get your phone in check.
All right. I don't think that they're.
See, now we've got people saying I'm about 4 times louder than the court and to turn my damn self down. And other parts of you are saying it's a perfectly good mix. I don't have any clue what to do because half of you are saying one way, half of you are saying the other.
Attention and our favorite settings at,
I know, I'll make a poll.
settings. As the court is well aware, you know, there's certain different burdens of proof. It is a joint hearing. I'm outlining here on the screen right now the burden of proof and job attention. Our burden is only to show the defendant is charged with a dangerous crime. Dangerous crimes include both homicide and manslaughter. I'm only noting manslaughter because the defense is pretty.
All right, I put a poll in there. Check the poll. We'll run the poll for about 5 minutes and then I'll go with whatever the majority says.
state the burden showing that there is a substantial probability that the defendant committed the offense. The factual circumstances of the crime disregard for the safety of the community. You know, obviously, a homicide kind of illustrates that. And there are no conditions of release pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041 that can ensure both the safety of the community and her presence in the future. This is analogous to the standards of Arthur, but the distinction between the two are twofold. One is the state's burden is greater. The state has to prove the defendant's guilt with evidence of the presumption of greater. However, this is counterbalanced by the weight of the evidence and the likes of the evidence. Where in a pretrial detention setting, the evidence is not given much material to the state. In an Arthur hearing setting, it is. So all evidence is used in light material to the state. Conclusions, the inferences, they are all drawn in light material to the state. And I'm not, just mentioning that, as an inference, that is a direct quote from Arthur. It is a preposition that is set in the foundation of Arthur. As to the admissibility of evidence in both settings, hearsay is admissible, affidavits are admissible, as the court correctly noted. This is a proceeding that occurs early on in the discovery process. Availability of witnesses.
Okay, so that's the thing. Right now, they're just arguing whether she should be in jail or not while waiting for trial. So hearsay, things like anything is basically admissible right now.
Testified to that as an expert, and I mentioned examples where a medical examiner doesn't testify, the state just admits medical examiners to court, for example. So the state has entered into evidence 32 exhibits that the court has had an opportunity to review. I'm not going to review all of them at this stage, and Detective Christino and Dr. Hutchins will testify to much of the substance of evidence, but I do want to highlight to the court the date of incident. Much about this case, both from the state and the defense, will be similar fact evidence. But the date
Yeah, Kendra, I know how to move the closed captions. Thanks, though.
Mr. Obuselli was killed by a stab to the subclavian artery. He bled out as a result of that stab. Incident number 4 can certainly cloud or create a perception of what led to it. And the dynamics of that certainly are at play, as the state is outlining in its motion. We're not avoiding that at all. But the date of incident, the circumstances under which the defendant killed Mr. Obuselli are particularly important. We extracted.
There's no censorship in chat, okay? There's top chat and the full chat. Only some comments show up in the top chat. Jesus Christ! Mother of God!
That was at 10 a.m. Christians in
Okay.
the room, you can see it in the background. And who's just singing, lip singing. The defendant is dancing with their dogs. Christian's just recording.
Hey, yo, maybe dancing like Austin. Just get the fuck away. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Wow.
The state will note in this video, the court can see the defendant's legs, and for example, the bruising that was photographed several days later in the defense will introduce on its own already exists. Christian is very clearly alive. So those bruises could not have been created in the quote-unquote struggle of the defense characterized it where he was stabbed. Just black and white. They existed before. And the court, through the other evidence, can compare the bruising, including the photographs that the state submitted to it of the defendant on the data.
So all of that was used to show that she has some of the same bruises in that video as she did when she was arrested.
Leaves the apartment at 355. This is state's exhibit at the bottom, 14, channel 9. 355. He's on the phone And by that I mean you'll see in the surveillance video, the court can see him holding his phone, not on the phone. He's walking his dog. The defendant called Christian repeated, almost at a frantic call. For the record, the times are 1955, but that's in universal coordinated time, so this is local time 355. She called him 3 times in quick succession. Twice he did not answer, and then once was for a 40-second call. 10 minutes later, the defendant gets on Instagram Live. And on Instagram Live, she has...
Yes, Elvis. Kind of hard to hide when you film your daily life. Exactly.
And again, we have not avoided the fact that this was a mutually abusive relationship. The issue is whether the defendant's conduct in stabbing and killing Christian is justified. So the bruising the defense is going to try to suggest was as a result of a struggle.
Some of it is apparently. They're going to get into her finances here a little bit later.
So Mr. Homicide returns at 4:32 and 44 seconds.
All right.
He enters the apartment or exits their walkway, 22nd floor, at 4:33.
No, okay. Nobody is censoring your comments. If someone deletes a comment, it says it was deleted and who deleted it. Nobody's deleting your comments. I promise you.
10 minutes later, the defendant calls her mother. I redacted her phone number.
There's top chat and the full live chat. And I don't, if you're on the full live chat, who knows? But I'm not doing anything. Nobody is censoring you.
So fewer than 10 minutes after Christian walks into the apartment, it goes from a simple walk, relatively calm, to him being stabbed. And the state notes that in Mrs. Clenney's statement, all Mrs. Clenney suggests is that she heard the defendant yelling that Christian was lying and for him to get out. And the state notes he's entitled to be there as a resident of that apartment. The defendant has no right to kick him out. But the simple fact is the defendant is making affirmative accusations. The defendant is making the attacks on Christian. The defendant waited 10 minutes to call, or excuse me, 10 minutes later, the defendant called the building security. It's an 18-second call. And then 4 minutes after that, she called him.
Oh, come on. Okay, this is the 911 call. Wow. Okay, so just to help, the poll says 53% no and 47% yes, turn the volume down. So I'll just move the microphone back a little bit. I hope this helped.
I'm not going to air here at stage of visit 21 still shot. It shows the defendant gravely Mr. Homicide's body. The defendant is transported to Miami Police headquarters and interviewed, and she gives herself a statement. It's inconsistent throughout. It conflates the dates as a whole. It suggests that Christian had gone to Subway and that this incident occurred as a result of the Subway.
So remember, he went out to get her a Subway sandwich earlier in the day, and he was gone for like 3 hours.
And it very might well have happened, as the defense suggested, but she's conflating both of them to justify self-defense.
Oh. Well, that's interesting. A glitch in the matrix. Are you coming back to us there, buddy? You coming back to us, buddy? How long are you going to stand there for, bud? There we go. Oh, that was the knife throwing thing. All right. Oh, that's what it was. They lost their feed. Aha. So they glitched and they paused and they lost. Oh, God. Now we get incoming audio. This is a police interrogation video here.
She says, because I know I was afraid. Just for the record. That's it. What's very important is actually the arch of this statement. Is when Ms. Clenny was discussing how she got up after they were arguing over the phone, went to the kitchen and grabbed the knife. She paused. She stopped. She sat in her thought. The detective interrupted and asked her some questions, but she had to get out. She did not know whether this was justified at all.
Uh-huh.
Based on the totality of the evidence, based on the medical examiner's testimony, the court will see that it was not justified at all. The defendant's statement is not correct. She could not have thrown a knife that would have landed at an angle, punctured 3 inches deep.
Oh, yeah. She's still going with the ninja defense. It was defense. I threw the knife from 10 feet away and it sunk 3 inches into his chest.
Enter at a downward angle, she would have to be above it, which of course she was not. No, the defendant stabbed Mr. Maselli. It punctured his body 3 1/4 inches, and it pierced through the subclavian artery. The court has those medical examiner evidence and reviewed it, and you can see the guide at a downward to his right, a person looking at him left angle. She stabbed him cross body. And the state agrees with his claim.
Cross bodies.
And for those reasons, the state will ask the court hold.
Judge, we can't hear a damn thing you're saying.
State calls detectives, you know.
Okay, now all this is going on. Just to review, for her to be eligible basically for a bond.
Just when you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Why don't we give the court clerk's microphone to the judge, for God's sake? The defense has to show that there's no issue of safety to the community and that she'll appear
Detective
again for
Sino.
trial. Jesus, guys.
I'm assigned to the homicide unit.
How long have you done that?
A little over a year.
Before that, do you have any law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Can you please tell the court your law enforcement experience?
I've been an officer in the city of Miami for about 9 years, 4 of which I was a detective in the robbery unit, and 1 now currently in homicide.
Somebody by Miami-Dade a mixing board.
Yes.
Do you see Ms. Clenny in the courtroom today? Let's talk about how you came to know Ms. Clenny. And specifically, I want you.
I'm assuming that me moving the microphone back helped a little bit with my volume.
Yes.
Did you know her from beforehand?
No.
Having discussed the April 3rd, 2022.
No, he didn't know this broad.
Let's walk through it. Under what context did you first meet Ms. Clenny?
It was at her apartment, just outside.
Well,
was
she
detained
has
at the moment.
allegedly punched another guy in the jaw. She's gotten stabby with at least one person. She has a history of being a
I
little
was,
emotional and
notified
violent.
that there was a
And if she's got money, she can
and
run away to another
the,
country.
The victim had been taken to rider trauma and succumbed to his injuries.
So at the time that you met her, you already knew Ms. Rombosselli was passed?
Yes.
So let's pierce this out. First, you met her at her apartment. Where's her apartment?
Her apartment is at 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue.
Is that Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
So you mentioned you were notified because he had succumbed to his injury. Obviously, that you're a homicide detective. That's how you got involved.
Yes.
And why is it that you're the lead detective?
It was just my turn to take the next case.
So just
This
as
is the lead detective. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So you responded to the scene of the homicide. You met Ms. Clenny. What did you do?
Say that again.
What did you do?
We responded to the scene. We began to check the apartment and get in contact with the crime scene. And simultaneously, we had Ms. Clenny transported to the station.
Before we get into what happened at the station with Ms. Clenny, let's discuss the, I guess, events of the day. Do you know approximately what time police was called out to the apartment?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would anything refresh your recollection?
No, not right now.
Okay. So you're aware that at some point police got called out to the apartment?
Yes.
Your report wouldn't help you?
Reviewed the evidence, the body cameras, all the evidence in this case?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened when police officers arrived to the scene?
When police officers arrived, they were able to make contact inside the apartment. They saw Ms. Clenny cradling the victim. They were able to separate the two of them, provide aid to the victim while they waited for fire rescue to show up on scene.
And then what happened after fire rescue showed up on scene?
They were able to transport him to Jackson.
And do you remember approximately when Mr. Rombosselli was pronounced deceased?
I would have to go back to my notes.
You can refer to the report. Let me know when your memories are fresh.
Yeah. They can't read from their notes, but they can look at them to refresh their memory. So that's why he's saying, let me know when your memory's refreshed so I can ask you about it.
At 5:55 p.m.
Oh, his memory has been refreshed.
So 5:55 p.m., he's pronounced deceased. You are dispatched as a homicide detective. We already mentioned how you responded to the scene, initial check of the crime scene, contacted the crime scene, and sent the defendant over to the police department. So far as everything, I guess, per protocol?
Yes.
Okay. When the defendant arrives to the police department, at some point you end up interviewing him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just for context, did you read her Miranda rights?
I did.
Did she waive her Miranda rights?
Yes.
Was that audio and video lead recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm directing the court to the recorded statement. So I'm not going to belabor the point. The court has reviewed the recorded statement. Would you synopsize the defendant's statement?
Synopsize?
So she told me that she was at the apartment. The victim had went down to go to Subways. When he went to Subways, they began to message each other, and through text messages, they got into an argument.
Jesus, they're just arguing all the damn time.
Sharing each other's location.
Oh, that is some
he
serious
then
codependent
decides to
shit.
Come back to the apartment. Shortly after he comes back to the apartment, another argument ensues. At that point, the defendant says that the victim grabbed her by the neck, slammed her against the wall. She was able to break free. Then she was gonna call her mother, and he didn't
we've
want
got
that
a
to
meme
happen,
copium
so
raid.
He grabbed her and put her onto the ground. She wasn't able to explain how exactly that happened. After that, she was able to break free once again, at which point she goes to the kitchen. She grabs on a knife, and then she states that the victim ran towards her, and that's when she flung the knife or threw it, and it hit him in the shoulder.
What did anything besides?
I'm calling BS on that story.
Besides that addition of substance, I guess, regarding this incident.
No.
Welcome, meme guys. We got a raid from Meme Copium. Welcome everybody. Please hit that like button on your way in.
Yes.
We're down under 50% likes, so get those likes up, please. Thank you very much.
Evaluating the case, where are you in your analysis of the facts thus far?
At that point, we were looking at it as a self-defense at first, but then later on, things started revealing that it wasn't what we thought.
So let's talk about that. So at the point in which you finish interviewing her, despite some of the inconsistencies in the statement, you are evaluating the case for a possible self-defense claim.
Correct.
Yeah. Listen to Beav, my Beaver's unit. She's the scary
Yes.
mod.
Okay, so let's parse through that. Did you have crime scene take photographs of her?
Yes.
I'll direct the court just as general reference to the crime scene photos. Were there bruisings on her?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell the court where there was bruising?
She had some bruising over on her legs.
Okay.
She had some small bruising to her arms, and that was about it.
Okay. Do you have experience in seeing fresh bruises versus old bruises?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, in this context, right? Just as a human, have you seen bruises?
Objection, Judge. Lack of this could be lack of predicate for this future opinions.
Well, now,
I believe that the state.
see, she's saying this was all his fault, but who do you think was starting the argument about not having location sharing on while he's outside
No medical training. He's not a doctor.
at Subway?
He's a detective.
Clearly, she was having problems not knowing where he was from 1 minute to the next. That's scary. That's possessive. That's dangerous.
There's a lot of parsing to that, and he's not issuing an opinion as to when a bruise was formed. He's issuing an opinion as to whether it's a new bruise or an old bruise. As human beings, we know what
Yeah,
bruises look like.
exactly. Everybody knows what a new bruise looks like and an old bruise. You don't have to be a fucking medical expert.
Object to the counsel testifying as well, Judge. He's not an expert either.
You don't have to be an medical expert to tell if a bruise is new or old.
Judge, can we approach that part?
Yeah. Approach the sidebar and tell the other attorney to shut up. She's looking a bit rough. Kyle Mitchell says it takes 3 hours to go to Subway, though. I'd like to know what he was doing for those 3 hours. Were they just sitting there arguing via text for those 3 hours, or was he off somewhere else? But even if he is off somewhere else, for her to freak out that he doesn't have location services on, that's some serious codependent trust bullshit. Did you consider she might have used Amica cream? All right, we're going to skip through the sidebar here. Anything we can do to save time?
I believe the evidence was accepted by the court, and if it hasn't, I'm just moving all of the state's exhibits into evidence.
No, other than it was previously noted in reserve.
And I'll just refer to them as their sub-exhibits, and I believe in evidence there's state's exhibit 1 or 1A. Continuing, did you see bruising?
She looks like Veruca.
Yes.
Veruca Salt
and
from
that
Willy
you
Wonka.
mentioned
Hi, Daddy. I want an Oompa Loompa now.
Yes.
She kind of
Did
does.
you see any bruising on her neck?
No.
Did you see any hand marks on her neck?
No.
Did you see any bruising coming in from her neck?
No.
Did you see any bruising consistent with her having been grabbed by the neck?
No.
That's problematic.
Did you document the area of her neck?
Yes.
And are those, and I guess the photographs that were documented by Prince?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to review Mr. Umbuseli's cell phone extraction.
Yes.
As part of that extraction, did you see videos from the same day but earlier before the murder?
Yes.
Okay. In those videos, did you see bruises on Ms.
If
Clenny?
olive oil suddenly became morbidly
You also know
obese,
the Instagram live video that she
maybe.
posted between Mr. Umbuseli leaving the apartment and returning.
Yes.
Did you had that opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And in that video, did you see the bruising on her?
Yes.
Now let's speak specifically. Let's speak specifically about those bruises, right? Let's separate arms versus legs. The bruising on her arms, were you able to see them in the Instagram live video?
Yes.
And again, that video was posted before this murder occurred.
Correct.
So those bruises
it's not
for the murder occurred.
Yes.
really uncommon. The jury's not there. There's no jury. It's just a
On her legs
informal court thing.
Yes.
She's fine back there by the door, I guess.
Are those the same bruises you saw later that day?
Yes.
So, and then the metadata of those videos were like 10, 11 in the morning, same day.
Yes.
Right. All right. There we go. We're back.
So let's continue.
This is the best feed ever.
Ms. Clenny told you and showed you how she threw the knife or flung, as you said, at Mr. Umbuseli.
Yes.
Would you please recreate to the or reenact to the court the manner in which she claimed she threw this knife?
All right. Let's see how her ninja
She said she put it
skills.
over her shoulder, and then she just flung it forward.
And
Was she holding by the handle or the blade?
She got her arm back and threw it forward.
Yes.
And I guess just as a parallel, it's kind of like a football.
Yes. Correct.
It was not a fling using like a flick of the wrist.
Correct.
What? She just threw it like that? No,
So,
that doesn't happen. You throw a knife like a football?
After you interviewed,
No, that doesn't happen.
actually before
Sorry.
I
I just believe nothing she says now.
flung the knife.
Yes.
Okay, what was the distance that she told you?
She said it was about 10 feet apart.
Did she point to the room?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that she said when she pointed to the room?
She said the distance was bigger than the room that we were in.
And so in that context, as if the room was 10 feet, it was longer than 10 feet.
Yes.
So she was.
Beeve, watch knife throwers.
Approximately
Most knife throwers will throw by the blade.
when she claimed she had flung this knife.
Yes.
And did at any point she say whether Mr. Umbuseli was armed?
No.
No.
He wasn't armed.
Okay, so she did say, but he was not armed.
Correct.
So she acknowledges Mr. Umbuseli was not armed in excess of 10 feet from her when she threw this knife at him.
Correct.
So progressing from that, during the interview of the defendant, she became aware that she was on the phone with her mother during the incident.
Yes.
What did you do as a result of that?
As a result of finding out that she was on the phone.
Yeah, after knowing that she was on the phone with her mom,
Uh-huh.
and then you finished the interview, what did you do?
I was able to get in contact with the mother over the phone.
Okay. Did you do an audio recorded interview of Miss Clenny's mother?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was anyone present besides you and your fellow detective on that call?
No.
Okay. At what point did you become aware that there was someone else on that call?
Ooh, what?
When the attorney arrived at the station, her father jumped spoke from on the same call, saying that the attorney was there and that they would like for the attorney to be present for any more questioning.
Oh, Daddy was listening in quietly to the phone call.
The length of your interview with her, you were not aware that she was with someone else in her person.
Correct.
As you were doing that interview, what did you ask Mrs. And I directed the court to the audio recorded statement that's in evidence, but again, will you please synopsize the contents of that call?
We spoke about the relationship between the victim and the defendant. And she explained to me that I believe it was about a week before the incident, that the mother was there for 6 days because Christian wouldn't leave the house and he kept following her around. So she came down to Miami to see if the transition of him
For those of you
leaving
that
the
are
apartment
freaking out about the
would be,
detective and his use of
a lot better
and everything like that,
than
I won't tell you how
just
long he's going to
them
be on the
two trying to
stand
figure it
because
out.
I want you to stay here. All right, there we go. Losing the stream again. Let's fast forward until we get our stuff together. Da, 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 da. This is the best court cam in the world. Fast forwarding live view. Remember this happened the first day of the Matthew Terry trial too. Da, 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 da. Fast forwarding. Oh, that's a good. There we go.
From her and that he was lying.
Hey, Steph, the alter nerd in the chat. Hey up, what's up, girl? Glad to have you here. Hope you're having an awesome day in lovely England.
Correct.
Did Mrs. Clenny tell you the circumstances of the incident, how she knows the incident occurred, or under what circumstances?
On the day of?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. At any point, did she tell you she knows what happened?
No.
So, having moved on from that.
Hey, Spook. E.
Earlier, we talked about how you were evaluating the case for possible self-defense.
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of, on the date of the incident, what did you do as a result of where you were at?
I don't understand.
I don't understand
In a
either.
nutshell, after you interviewed the defendant, you interviewed the victim, or rather, you interviewed the
I don't think he interviewed the victim.
defendant's mother.
The victim's dead.
Crime scene, photographed the scene.
Yes.
They documented it, documented her, collected all pieces of evidence. What else happened that night?
Nothing else. We finished with the scene and
Everybody go
the
check out
defendant
Steph the
was,
Alter Nerd
let
and
go.
make sure you subscribe to her channel.
Is that normal?
Great pop culture
Yes.
and related news.
At the time, we didn't have enough to say what actually did occur, and we still needed to continue the investigation.
Had
Oh no, that's wrong, Swan Lake lady. No, no, no.
to the defendant's criminal
I hope her father's not her number one OnlyFans.
Well, at first, I was leaning more towards a self-defense.
No, we discussed that. My
Okay,
question was,
yes.
did you close the case and say it was self-defense, or was it still open?
No, it was still open.
Okay.
Yes.
So the investigation was still open, it was still pending. Okay, so what are the next steps you took in your open investigation?
Oh, okay. Well, we did several warrants for everybody's cell phones, the victim and the defendant's cell phone. We did warrants for social media. Yeah, I believe.
Are you at work, Steph? If you're free, I can send you a link and you can get in on the Courtney Clenny OnlyFans murder.
Did you end up briefing the state attorney's office about the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. As pursuant to that briefing, were there subpoenas that were sought?
Yes.
I'm just going to go through things that are in evidence, but did you obtain police reports and body camera from Las Vegas?
Yes.
We're going to talk about this. I'm just going through it.
Now remember, she'd been arrested in Las Vegas as well for allegedly assaulting him.
Which phones are you speaking about?
I'm speaking about the victim's cell phone and the defendant's cell phone.
Steph's at work. We got to have Steph back on. It's been a little over a
Yes.
month. We got to have you back.
Not yet.
Is that still pending and being attempted?
Yes.
From the extraction, were you able to obtain data and information?
Correct.
So we'll cross that bridge in a little bit. Pursuant to subpoenas, were you able to obtain surveillance footage and incident
Exactly.
reports from one party? So kind of.
Yes.
Yes, this is the bond hearing on whether Courtney Clenny should be let out of jail until trial.
As part of those
Chances are slim to less than none.
Yes.
You mentioned warrants on social media. Was that the Instagram warrants?
Yes.
We'll be doing day 2 on Friday, Steph, if your
Ms. Clenny.
timing's any better on
Yes.
Friday.
Did at some point you obtain the call detail records of Ms. Clenny,
Yes.
or the defendant, sorry, even though I lost myself on that. At some point, did
Flux,
you
yes,
obtain
Steph,
criminal
that's
history of
STEF,
the defendant?
Yes.
is awesome. I love the accent. Have her back on. She's welcome any day,
At some
regardless of the
point, did
subject.
you obtain, pursuant to
Just
subpoenas
time
we were
differences.
discussing, financial records belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
Now, let's go back again, date of incident, crime scene process. At any point, did you obtain a diagram of the apartment?
Yes.
Was that diagram to scale and measured in documents?
Yes.
Just noting for the court, Exhibit 19. Will you please describe to the court the crime scene? Again, the court has the photos, but just outline it for it.
Okay. The crime scene is an apartment located on the 22nd floor of the One Paraíso building. It's a 3-bedroom apartment with a single kitchen and living room.
As soon as I can, Paula, she will be here. Steph is one of the people that has an
also where
open,
the scene was located.
forever
Yeah, please,
standing
if you don't
invite.
mind. So let's parse that through. And actually, let's take steps in this. When crime scene enters an apartment,
Yes.
we tell the court the various photographs that they take, such as the
Yes.
initial scene, the measurements, and so on.
So before anything is done, we take all photographs from the first floor of the building to show what building we're going to. The elevator, the floor, the elevator that it stops on, the number that's fixed to the front of the apartment, the front door, and then all wide-angled and far away photos of every room in the apartment. And then initially they started taking photos, closer shots of any blood or weapons or anything that has to do with the incident.
Will you please describe to the court I'm going to separate them into 3.
Yeah.
There's the 3 different blood scenes.
Yeah.
Will you please explain to the court what that means?
So the first one that we find is where we initially found the victim, which is the first puddle of blood. The second one was more towards the living
I don't
room.
invite you because you type in all caps.
And the third one was it was more between blood spatter and droplets that were moved around through. Well, not moved around.
He's not a
but
rookie. He's the lead
showed
detective on the murder
victim
case.
was walked around the apartment.
So let's piece through that. So there were 2 pools of blood, which is 1 and 2 that we just discussed, and then the third where there was droplets and spat.
Yes.
You described this one. I'm just noting for the record. The first pool of blood is where the defendant was located,
Yes.
holding the victim. The second one you said was further back, and it was just a pool of blood.
Yes.
Did you see?
No,
blood
this is
transfer
normal
on the
speed.
wall?
Yes.
Okay. What does that blood transfer mean?
Okay, there's blood on the wall.
It can mean numerous things. But
transfer
the
means-
one on the wall was it means that it's blood spatter, meaning
No, I'm talking about the transfer. So
Okay.
the second pool of blood, if you recall,
Okay.
there was, again, I'm just noting the exhibit that's in evidence. There was blood on the wall,
yes, I remember now.
and it was kind of filled. It wasn't spatter or drop. Do you recall that?
Not so much.
That's fine.
Okay, right now I'm just going to pop in real quick here. We've gone a little bit over an hour. I should probably go back and do a little bit of a backup here. First of all, first things first, the audio in the courtroom is horrifically bad. My microphone volume is down to about 50%, plus the microphone is twice as far away from my face as it usually is. And at the same time, the court volume is maxed out on YouTube, and I have a 600% boost on it. So it doesn't get any better than this. It's just a horrifically bad setup in court. They have no sound mixing whatsoever. The judge apparently doesn't even have a microphone. This guy, the lead detective, is eating his. The prosecutors just sort of seems to walk back and forth in front of his. The defense guy seems to do the same. Nobody. It's just horrible. This is the best that the sound is going to get. Sorry, but what we got here. This is the Courtney Clenney OnlyFans model stabbing case, or as we've dubbed it, the Stabby McOnlyFans homicide case. That's the best we can come up with right now. But this is a bond hearing. If you want to get some really deep background, we did a super deep dive yesterday for about 2.5 hours from before they were together until today, basically. So we did a huge deep dive yesterday. Anything you want to know, go back and watch my my stream from yesterday. But what we're doing today is a bond hearing to see whether or not she's going to get out of jail from now until the time of the hearing, which is going to be well into next year before this goes to trial. She's been charged with second-degree murder. Today is day 1 of the hearing. On Friday, we'll do day 2 of the hearing. And then on December 8th, the judge will make a decision on whether or not to allow her to get out of jail on a bond, and if so, what the terms and conditions of the bond will be. But it's a murder case, so the chances of her being allowed out on bond are as statistically close to 0 as it's possible to be. So there you go. That's where we are. And while we're here, please jump in and hit that like button. We got 883 current viewers and 528 likes. Let's get us up at least to the 600. That's what YouTube likes. YouTube likes that 600. Get up there to 600, then they think, oh, hey, there's lots of people watching. We better start getting the word out because lots of people like this. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And if you are subscribed, please make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube sucks and they just sort of seem to delete subscribers for no reason whatsoever. And with that out of the way, let's see. We have one super chat to clear, I believe. No, we have no super chats, but I did highlight this because Ember Fox asked, did you watch the Dr. Phil episode? She was mentioning yesterday that apparently there's a Dr. Phil episode where Dr. Phil is talking to Obumseli's family, and they found out he was dead on the show or something. Like, I don't know what that was all about, and I haven't watched it, so I can't comment on it one way or the other. But I'll try to get around to it tomorrow so I know what Ember Fox is talking about. All right, and so with that out of the way, I guess we can jump back. We can jump back in. Poll about bail. Yes, no, wish she did. She's not getting out on bail. There's just no chance she's getting out on bail. Nope. Bail, it doesn't happen in murder cases. And again, the things that the defense has to show in order for her to be considered for bail is, one, she has to show that she's not a danger to the community. And 2, that she'll show up for trial. And in this case, I mean, she's already allegedly broken Mr. Olympia's jaw before she was with him. She's got really stabby with him. She has a bad temper. That's demonstrated by video, by people in the apartment building, by the apartment management, by people in Las Vegas where she was arrested for throwing a glass at him. So it may be hard to show she's not a danger to at least some people in the community. And if she's got her OnlyFans dollars, she could flee to another country, perchance. So I'm thinking the odds of her getting bail for a murder case are ridiculously slim, but we have to look at the arguments. Plus, this bail hearing gives us a little bit of an insight into what's going to be argued at trial. Like the lead detective here is saying, he's talking about the throwing the knife, not like, with a flick of the wrist. He specifically said she didn't say it was a flicker. She like threw it like a football. Good luck with that, getting the knife to go 10 feet and sink 3 inches deep into some guy's chest. But that's what she's saying. So we'll have to see how that goes. All right, we got a super chat coming in. Hey, super chats are always great. Baloney Bong. Now I'm super chatting my vote for Stabarella. Ooh. Stabarella's a good one. We use Stabby McStabface for the Matthew Terry case. I think Stabby McOnlyFans sounds sort of repetitive, so I'm Stabarella. I kind of like that. Kind of has the Barbarella feel, All right. I'm taking it under advisement. And Spooky Spoon says, "Love you, Jeff." I love you too, Spooky Spoon. Thank you so much for that generous super chat. All right, that gets the super chats that didn't exist a minute ago out of the way. And for those of you that are new to the show and whatnot, super chats not required. I try to read as many of the chats as I can, but anyone that does super chat gets bumped right to the beginning, right to the front of the comment and answering questions line. I answer every single super chat. I respond to every single super chat that comes in. Not required, but accepted with a deep and humble gratitude. Let's get back to John Leguizamo, lead detective, and see how he does.
Move on if you don't know. So let's talk about the blood spatter and the droplets.
COURTNEY CLENNEY? That's kind of weak execution, you have to admit. It's kind of weak, X. Uh-oh. Yeah, she looks a little different than those OnlyFans pics, doesn't she? Again, prison food is nothing but carbs and calories. So. Isn't she the power knifer? What on earth is a power knifer? She's just saying she launched it football style from 10 feet away and it sunk 3 inches into his chest. I don't ignore you, statuesque. All right, I guess they're hanging out in front of the judge.
So we were last left off on the spatter and droplets. Do you know what spatter is? Like, just can you describe that?
Yes, spatter is more of a way that the blood kind of like just.
I was using prison food,
you stab somebody,
colloquial to
or
include jail food as well.
If you swing any type of liquid, it makes a certain movement that it shows that the blood was traveling at a certain direction.
Just makes kind of a movement.
A droplet is it's.
I'm not asking for conclusions. Sure.
That's kind of graphic there, officer. Just fling. Flux says, Alan says only stabs. Lol, I like that.
Means that there was blood following straight down at a straight angle.
And where did you see these droplets?
In the living room, heading towards the bedroom, the master bedroom.
Slutty McSlitters? That's
just going back about the fling.
Not only is that rude, that's hard to pronounce.
Do you have any information that the defendant knows how to throw a knife or is some kind of expert in throwing a knife?
No.
COURTNEY CLENNEY, knife throwing expert, like her and Penn and Teller.
Did Mr. Musella go to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
KS says COURTNEY CLENNEY.
Yes.
It's possible.
Have you reviewed the contents of that autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss that autopsy. Who was the medical examiner that performed it?
Dr. Hutchins.
Okay. As a result of that autopsy, did he determine a manner of death?
Yes.
What was that manner of death?
By stabbing.
Okay. Rule the death any particular manner?
No. Oh, I mean, yes. Homicide.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware that it was impossible to have thrown that knife, or at least that was the opinion? Objection. Just asking.
Oh my, thank you, Steph, the altar nerd, for the super chat.
Did you become aware that
I would like to hear Vice's say.
Yes.
Courtney Clenney can get a cactus, lace it with chili oil, and place it up where the sun don't shine without her being able to drift it on OnlyFans.
Investigation.
How'd that
So
do?
let's talk about some of the
Not as dynamic as you, but I
routines.
tried.
So, we discussed Las Vegas. Did you get a chance to receive those reports and review them?
Yes.
Just directing the court to the Las Vegas reports. Did at any point in time did you review the body camera?
Yes.
Not to belabor the point, but will you please synopsize to the court what was in those reports and the body camera?
In the reports, it explained that the victim and the defendants were staying in a hotel room in Las Vegas.
Steph, so aggressive. Kyle, that's Steph being nice.
Got into an argument.
You should hear when she's aggressive.
Through that argument, the defendant threw a bottle of water at the victim while he was laying on the couch.
Thank you.
And security was called to the apartment.
This is only stabs. Says Michael Painter.
Did you review the defendant's statement?
Yes.
To Las Vegas?
Yes.
In that statement, what did she say?
She says that she likes to throw things and that she guesses that she was the one that threw the bottle at him.
Does she acknowledge throwing items at Mr. Umbaselli?
I didn't stab him. I threw the
Yes.
knife in self-defense.
Plates and other items.
Was Mr. Umbaselli interviewed?
Yes.
As part of that interview, did there come a time where the officer asked Mr. Umbaselli a bunch of questions as to whether the defendant was violent with him prior to that?
I can't remember that right now.
Sure. I'll just direct the court to the video.
Slutney Cutney on knivesnotwivesonly.com. Speaking of aggressive, my Beavers unit. Wow. And Ember Fox, member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober crew. Can we watch the episode with you today?
The cell phone extraction.
Dr. Phil would get me copyright claimed in a heartbeat.
Yes.
So alas, we can't watch it here on stream.
It's pretty much just an extraction of all the data, messages, photos, videos, and even sometimes social media saved posts can be extracted from the phone.
During, I guess, when you received the extraction from his phone, did you get an opportunity to review the photographs?
Yes.
Did you get an opportunity to review the videos?
Yes.
Did you get an opportunity to review the text messages between the defendant and Mr. Umbaselli?
Yes.
I want to discuss with you regarding your review of those, and I'm going to bear with me because I'm just going to be very specific in directing you.
Okay.
You have all the records, just so we're clear.
Yes.
When they're produced, do they produce in a PDF? How do they come out?
They're producing a PDF.
Do you recall how many text messages there were?
It was over 12,000. I believe it was 12,220.
What?
Something like that. Yes.
Wait, did I hear that? No. Wait.
12
messages there were?
It was over 12,000.
12,220 text messages between these two? Good God, the codependency is horrifying.
Do you remember from when to when those messages were?
Yes. Those messages go back as far as 2020.
You remember when? November, December, January?
I can't remember the month.
So from 2020 to April 3rd, yes, the complete messages into 12,000 or so.
Yes.
12,220 messages in 2 years.
The messages from, just gonna be very delicate. October 9th through the 11th, which is in the evidence of Exhibit 4. Did you get a chance to review those?
Yes.
Will you tell the court, again, just a synopsis because the court has them, what is covered in the messages between Exhibit 4?
Mind if I review my notes really quick?
Yeah, if you need to refer to anything to refresh your recollection, go ahead and then let me know when you're ready.
That's only 16 messages a day. I guess it's not that bad. It sounds a lot worse.
What was discussed on the October 9th through the 11th message?
That's the question. What's the ratio
based
of
off
her
the
text to his?
messages, there was an argument that occurred again. Mr. Christian writes to the defendant that she stabbed him, and he wants to get into the room, that he needs help, and she pretty much just told him go get first aid, and pretty much just brushed him off.
Later on in those messages, does he confront her about hitting him with a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Does he confront her about her spitting on him?
Yes.
Was it in the context of all of these messages where he also confronts her about stabbing?
Yes.
Did the defendant respond to these accusations from Mr. Homicide?
Yes.
What did she say in response?
You
can review your notes yet.
Yeah, apparently she stabbed him in the knee before, in the leg. Yeah.
Yeah, she pretty much just tells him to go get first aid. And then for several hours, she just didn't answer anymore till the next day.
At any point, does she apologize for her actions?
Yes, the following day.
And does she do it in the context of acknowledging the accusations?
Yes.
In those messages, were there any affirmative allegations by her to Mr. Muselli?
Yeah, she pretty much told him that she apologizes. She shouldn't have treated him that way. She shouldn't.
I shouldn't have stabbed you in the leg.
Accusations about Mr. Muselli. So, for example, he sent her a message about you stabbed me.
Yes.
Did she reply saying, "Well, that was because you were choking me"?
I can't remember right now.
Okay. Did she make any accusations towards him at all in those messages?
She did, but I can't remember the specific accusation.
Let's talk about January 30th to February 1st. Did you review messages from that incident?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell the court?
We don't even know if it really happened. That was just kind of rumor from one bodybuilding guy. If it did, maybe.
On those messages, the defendant was trying to reach out to the victim, and he pretty much just said, "Yes, Courtney." At that point, she didn't like the way that he wrote to her, and just started becoming very angry and asking him about why he said, "Yes, Courtney."
Hey, Nicola, looks like you got the message today. Welcome.
At any point in time, did he communicate to her that he had made a mistake because he was doing something?
Yes.
Okay, what was it that he communicated to her?
He explained to her that he was just trying to answer quick because he was.
In a
watching
nutshell,
the
no, they
overtime,
shouldn't bring up her, not during the main trial anyway.
Do you know
Past behavior, they shouldn't bring it up, but there are certain
believe it was
exclusions
the
where they
Bengals
can.
versus the
And whether or
Chiefs.
not it even happened, if assuming it happened, whether or not they can bring it up would depend a lot on the facts. So it's possible,
So at any point in time, was there
but not normally.
I guess, did the messages continue, or was there a break in time between those messages?
There was a break.
Okay. At the end of the, I guess, argument over the tone of the messages and the next message, what is the next message that occurs in that break in time?
May I go back?
Sure.
Lovely couple. Serious codependency here.
What was the first conversation after?
So the first one that I recall, it was the defendant telling him, "I hope this gives you time to to think about what you've done. And then she tells him, enjoy the hospital.
Holy Christ.
And then he, after a little while, he messages her, I lost a lot of blood.
I'm sorry, that's not funny.
I need you. And then she asks him, are you having fun? And this is all between him writing her that he's losing a lot of blood and at the hospital.
That is a cold woman. Wow.
In that time period?
Yes, she ended up cutting him with a knife.
Okay. Now, how did you figure that out?
It was all in the messages that he wrote, and she responded back to him.
Jeez.
Were there also photographs from that date and time?
Yes.
And how is it that you figure out the date and time that a photograph is taken from the device?
So through the properties of the photo, it will show you when the photo was created, and it was at the same time and date as these messages were sent to him.
And just so we're clear, the messages had or the photographs also had location information.
Yes.
Do you remember where the location of that was?
It was on the east side of the 195.
Okay. Was that is there a street that's there?
Yes, that's called the Julia Tuttle, but it leads up to the hospital. It was just it was pinpointing right at the hospital, Mount Sinai.
Okay. The state's directing the court to Exhibit 6. So in those photographs, you said it shows that his lip was sliced.
Yes.
And that the location of those photographs were at a hospital.
Correct.
Were you able to locate him?
Now, if this goes to trial, that previous stabbing thing will come in, I'm pretty sure.
Just describe the court to what those injuries were.
It was
Because that shows that she knows how to use a knife. She similarly did it before. Wow.
Say that again.
What is a laceration?
Laceration is it's a cut.
So there was a large cut from
Yes.
the chin to the lip, and there were stitches, you said.
Correct.
Did he appear to have any other injuries in that stitches photo?
Yeah, he had another small laceration here to the left, I believe the left of the face.
And for the record, you're pointing.
Was that caused by a
To
knife?
the cheek.
Okay.
As well as we noticed that on the
Yes.
photo with the stitches, he had 2 black eyes, or
Jesus.
what you would call raccoon eyes.
Raccoon eyes.
So there was dark discoloration on his
Yes.
face by his eyes.
Correct.
And then at any point in time close to these incidents, was there another selfie of the defendant for comparison?
Yes.
Or not the defendant, excuse me, the victim. States Exhibit 8 for the record. Were there more incidents documented in text messages?
Yes.
Okay, let's discuss February 27th and 28th.
Okay.
What was documented in the text messages there directing the court?
Oh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Don't know what that's about. Hang tight.
All right, sir. What was discussed in the February 27th and 28th text message?
So during that time, the victim, he wrote a very large message to the
Oh, well.
defendant.
They're not there anymore. Who shows up at the door at 11:44 p.m.?
Explaining is love gonna kill him.
Oh, nice.
Through that message, he explained how the defendant has stabbed him several times.
Oh, good.
Hit him with the phone, with other items. Calls him the N-word on several occasions.
Toast.
And in regards to hurt him, he says that he has tried his best to work through it, and that after he goes through, after he starts his seeing a counselor,
Oh yeah, you
a
can.
psychiatrist,
They can certainly try. It'll be up to the court to decide whether to let the prior
but then
incidents in.
He also
as
went into
evidence.
explaining that if she was still willing to work through it, that he would still want to work through it.
Following this, did the victim begin documenting audio and video recording incidents between him and the defendants?
Yes.
Were there any of these documented incidents before this text message? This lengthy text message? By that I mean secret recordings, right? He started secretly recording her.
Yes.
Prior to this text message, did he secretly record her?
Yes.
Okay. He did?
Yeah.
Okay, when did he secretly record her before this?
I can't remember the dates.
Okay. After this date, for certain, he did.
Actually, let me.
Sure, go ahead. If you need to review your notes, refresh your thoughts.
No. See, that's the good thing about these cameras. You can see if someone's behind you or not. Thank you, Stephanie Tam, for saying, Jeff, turn around. There's someone behind you.
So you said you don't have them, as in, does that mean that you're not sure if you recorded her before?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not sure if you recorded her before February 27th, 28th, but you're certain that he did after?
Yes.
Just directing the court to State's Exhibit 11 and the court's prior rulings. Sir, you're aware of a series of videos that the state has entered into evidence that was discussed here earlier?
Yes.
I'm not going to kind of publish those in air notes because the court has already had them, but would you just generally describe those 3 videos?
So on one of the videos,
All right, time for another huddle at the bench. Will this be a long enough one to skip? I think so. Give it a couple seconds. All right, let's skip ahead here. We don't have any super chats to clear, so I'll just take this quick moment to say, please hit that like button. We're at 662 likes, and 967 of you are here. That means at least 300 of you haven't done your job. While they're just futzing around in the courtroom doing nothing, do me a favor, get down there and hit that like button. Let's get us up to 800 likes like that. All it takes is a couple hundred of you just to go click, and we're all done. And if you're interested in subscribing, I'd love to have you as a subscriber to the channel. So please feel free to subscribe, like and subscribe, and send it to all your friends, and enjoy chat, because Legal Vices Vice Squad is one of the best chats on the entire internet. I'd say it is the best chat on the internet, but I know Steph the Alter Nerd's here and she may disagree with me about that, and I don't want to fight.
okay.
Thank you, Joellen, for pressing like. We're up over 700 likes now, so another 100 and I'll be happy. Oh, come on. Stop wasting our time.
Detective, as we were talking about, State's Exhibit 11 includes 3 videos and the metadata of 4 videos.
Yes.
Those 3 and another one. Again, the court has State's Exhibit 11, but for purposes of our describe generally the 3 videos that were entered in State's Exhibit 11?
So one of the videos, they're in the lobby, and the victim had just explained to her, like, why are you hitting me? You shouldn't, you can't be hitting me like that. And then she lowers her voice, and tells them, shut the fuck up, bitch. And then he continues to ask her, why are you doing this? Like, calm down. And that was the end of that video.
Well, saying "shut the fuck up, bitch" isn't the best way to get a woman to calm down. I've learned that over the years, at least.
Some sort of tantrum in the apartment and yelling to the top of her lungs. And at one point, she calls out names using the N-word towards the victim. And she also even tells him, come here, let me slap you. And
yeah, we heard that on the video yesterday with it saying
telling him, find my phone, get me alcohol.
Yeah, that's the video we watched yesterday. We're saying, let me slap you, find my phone and charge it. Meanwhile, like going into hysterics.
I guess.
Weird video. Weird video with audio.
She, according to the video.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's what she said.
Acknowledged somebody in the lobby, or just in front of the building when he went out to I believe it was to walk his dog. And he didn't tell her that he acknowledged somebody downstairs. And then that's when she just went into this continuous screaming for several minutes.
Now that we've discussed that context, I want to talk about building-specific incidents at One Paradiso and how they documented these incidents. Did you receive a lengthy amount of records from them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many pages?
Too many pages.
For those of you that are wondering about the ages, Courtney Clenney was 25, and the victim, Christian Obumseli, was 27. So they were 2 years apart.
These photos and videos, will you describe them to the court how they looked on these reports?
No, I can't remember too much about the those records.
Were these videos and photos and audio recordings, were they original or were they like pictures of videos and things like that?
If I can remember correctly, they were original from the actual video.
Okay. And are you referring to a February 21st incident?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that's State's Exhibit 10. I'm directing the court too. But will you please describe it for the court again for our record purposes?
So at one point, the defendant walks downstairs or takes the elevator downstairs. Shortly after, the victim goes downstairs as well. Several minutes later after that, the victim comes back to the elevator. It opens, it closes. I guess he went to go back to look for the defendant. Eventually they come back. She enters, then she's trying
One
to
dog is
click
under
on
the desk and
her floor, but she can't because she doesn't have the
and there's Strawberry.
So the victim comes in. He's trying to put on the key fob, and she goes into she begins to attack him, pull his hair. She at one point tries to swing at him with the closed fist.
Jesus.
So he ends up kind of like holding her down so he can use the key fob and go back upstairs to their respective floor.
Yikes.
Let's parse that through.
Hello asks, why are we having testimony? This is a pre-trial motion to see whether they're going to allow her to get out of jail on bond until the hearing starts.
Yes.
Okay. Which one was Christian?
Christian's is the one that ends in it's 01027.
And then, and that's the serial number.
Yes.
What was Courtney's key fob?
It was 01058.
How can we tell which one's key fob was whose?
So the defendant's key fob has been inactive because she lost it, and it's been inactive since as of, I believe it was March.
So
and
February 21st, she still had her phone.
Yes,
And how do you know that she lost it? Was that a message?
it was in some of the messages.
Okay. So both Christian and Courtney had key fobs.
Yes.
Strawberry for the win. Legendary
so
dogs.
she-
Thank you so
she
much,
lost
David.
it March 20,
Yes.
or rather March of 2022. Jesus, I'm losing myself.
March of 2022.
And so February 21st, 2022, she still had the phone.
Correct.
Let's walk through that video. When she enters the elevator right before Christian does, is she holding the door or is she trying to close the door?
She's trying to close the door.
Okay. At any point, does she put her hand over the door?
Just before he made it.
Okay. So she had her hand over the door right before he entered.
Yeah, right before he entered, she put her hand through the door, or on the side of the door, so it can stay open as he walks in.
Okay. And you did go to this apartment.
Yes.
So that door has the sensor.
Correct.
In the video, you said that you can see her tapping the screen.
Yes.
Did you, again, having been at the apartment, you saw how that system is set up?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. So her tapping the button, would that have achieved anything?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because you need to scan the key fob first in order to be able to go to your floor.
Okay,
You
so
said
that was the
you
elevator
walked
video
the
we saw.
elevator, and kind of told her to stop banging.
Yes.
What did he do then?
He was trying to tell her to stop. She begins to swing at him and try and pulling his hair. So then he kind of like pushes her to the side to try and use the key fob. She continues to jump on him to attack him some more. So at which point he kind of like just holds her down, like bends her over and holds her down so he can finally hit the key fob and click on the right floor.
At any point in time, did Christian exercise, I guess, affirmative violence towards the defendant?
No, he's just more trying to like keep her away from hitting him while he gets upstairs.
Now, date of incident, you received the surveillance video too from the building.
Yes.
If Johnny hadn't got away, Amber would have killed him with the knife she gave him.
Besides
That's not out of the realm of possibility.
leaving, returning, and so on, did the surveillance video from the building capture anything?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Besides capturing Christian leaving and then returning, did the surveillance video capture anything about this incident, any violence or anything else?
No.
One second.
I mean, there's a lot of similarities between the Amber Heard deal and the Courtney Cleenney deal, you know. Let's bump up here a bit.
I guess my question would be whether the court wants me to go into that now or wait.
Go into the questioning now, I guess. Okay.
At some point in time, we mentioned how the initial impression date of incident was that it was a possible self-defense. And for the last 45 minutes or so, we've been discussing all the subsequent investigative steps.
Yes.
Did these subsequent investigative steps change your outlook of this case?
Yes.
Okay. How did it change?
It changed the fact that I learned that Christian was always the one trying to calm the situation down. Based off of the messages and everything, he was always the one that ends up getting hurt. And the defendant is just the one that's always unable to control herself and hurt him.
As a result, did you apply for an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Was that?
Yes.
I'm directing the court to say things a bit more. As a result of that arrest warrant, were efforts taken to locate Mrs. Or Miss Clenny, excuse me.
Yes.
Who was who
Oh, you guys could hear the dog barking? I could barely hear the dog barking.
why were the United States Marshals asked to locate Miss Clenny?
Because she was out of our jurisdiction.
I honestly could barely hear the
Where
dog
was
barking.
she?
Weird.
Hawaii.
Okay, do you remember where in Hawaii?
Hilo, Hawaii.
Okay. Did as a result of her arrest, did you travel
Yes.
to Hawaii?
Yes.
How long did it take you to travel?
It took me about 24 hours to get there.
Okay, how many flights?
Oh, this is great quality video here, isn't it?
And actually, before we go too far down drift, when you received the One Bariso lease records, did you receive a letter documenting the defendant to move out?
Say that again?
Did you, within that packet, was there documentation about the defendant moving out of the apartment?
Yes, they were in the process of
Must rescue ball.
Records documentation
I'll be back.
April 28th.
I don't remember.
I'll just direct the court to the exhibit for the record 28th. So the defendant had moved out of Miami, was located in Hawaii. Because she was in Hawaii, actually, let me back that up. Do you know how she was located in Hawaii?
Okay, we've got frozen video.
So she was located in Hawaii, was apprehended in Hawaii and extradited to Miami.
Cat in Virginia says, Amber Heard, I didn't throw things. CC, I threw things.
This investigation.
Yeah.
Were there subpoenas that were prepared obtaining the defendant's financial records?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss those financial records. Have you reviewed them?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the interesting part, the finances.
Directing the court to the financial records, which I believe are states exhibits 29, 30.
That is so funny. I was saying the dog came in louder than me. The dog is like across 2 rooms.
Did you at any
Wow.
point in time get a chance
Whatever.
to review those records?
That was funny.
Yes.
Approximately how much, and then states exhibit 32 is Bank of America records. Did you get a chance to review those?
Yes.
During that time, immediately before the murder, approximately how much money did the defendant have in the bank account?
I believe she had just over $2 million.
Wrestler's mom, who is definitely pro Clenny, says he lies about the finances. Well, the father also takes the stand to testify in depth about the finances. So
Make transfers of that money.
Yes.
Okay. Please tell the court.
She made 2 separate money transfers over to her father's.
And that was 9 days ago?
Yes.
Did she make any other transfers after that, if you recall?
I don't recall.
OnlyFans model stabbed her cryptocurrency trader boyfriend in the chest. The prosecution says it's 2nd-degree murder. She says it was self-defense. And this is just the hearing to see whether she gets out on bail before trial.
Discuss the defendant's criminal history.
Yes.
That is correct, Ryan Miller.
Defendant's criminal history directing the court to exhibit 25.
Well, she has the battery out of Las Vegas, and then she has DUIs out of Texas, and then
one more.
Also out of California.
Yep. Is a disorderly conduct or something like that in California.
So let's talk this through, right? So she has a 2015 DUI from Texas. And then you said it's something from California.
Yes.
Was the California case, did she pick up that case while the DUI was pending the first one?
Yes.
And then you said she had a second DUI in Texas, and then for the record, it's September 16th in 25. Did she pick up the domestic violence battery in Las Vegas while that case was pending?
Yes.
Do you know?
There's 2 DUIs and an assault pending at the
believe
same
so.
time.
And you know if the defendant has a warrant for that case?
Yes.
Actually, yes, Korea does have a thing with the color red.
1 second.
Red is traditionally the color that scares away ghosts.
And just to finish up, the wire transfer.
She's not pro Clenny, she's anti-detective. That's an important distinction.
For father. Did that essentially deplete her bank account?
Mostly, yeah. She just left some money for herself.
So she wired all of her money to her dad's account.
Write your first and last name. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, she's chonked out there in jail. All right, they're in a huddle here.
Thank you.
Let's see. Skip forward. We who labor here seek only the truth. All right. Got a couple of super chats and other comments to get through here. This is the 10-minute break. We're almost halfway done with this. So, not too bad. We're kind of keeping straight on track. This is, and by the way, just so you get to see this detective is on the stand for the rest of the day. How long has she been in jail? She was arrested and charged in August. So basically since August. David Manking says, strawberry for the win. Legendary dogs. Yeah, they're not too bad. But we read that one. And Bobby Baloney is not a super chat, but still. Does Korea have a thing with the color red, which it goes back to Confucianism. For some reason, they designated the color red as the color that chases the ghosts away. Flux, $5. Jeff Grunt Noise. Ugh. Work is so boring and slow the day before a holiday. Glad I at least have you to keep me sane. Oh, that's very nice of you. Ugh. I know how much you guys love it when I go, ugh. Stacy Abs, thank you so much for your super chat. This is a great/crazy. This is great/crazy. Off topic. Where is Nick? Well, if Nick knows what's good for him, he's probably sleeping. Hope so, because he was streaming super late. And Kyle Mitchell, do you get Thanksgiving off? No, Thanksgiving's not a big Korean holiday. It's business as usual here. But for my Thanksgiving dinner, I plan on going to Subway or Subways, as the detective so poignantly calls it. Go off to Subways and get myself a turkey sandwich. That'll be my Thanksgiving dinner. But I got some Thanksgiving dinner plans lined up for Saturday. So no worries. It's just Thanksgiving delayed. When all the Americans get off work on the weekend, we'll be doing our Thanksgiving thing. All righty. Well, Korea has a Thanksgiving holiday. That was September, I believe it was. It goes by the lunar calendar, so it changes every year. All right, with that out of the way, I think we've all got our stretching on. We're all loosened up and ready to go. Let's jump back into the trial. But first, again, thank you to all the mods that are working so hard on this. We're about halfway through the day. It's 12 a.m. here, so hopefully you'll be able to wrap up shortly after 2 a.m. Korea time. A little over 2 hours from now. 969 of you currently watching. 969 for 969. Woo! And 787 likes. So do me a big favor, and if you haven't already done so, hit that like button. I grift for likes. I don't grift for super chats probably nearly as much as I should, but I grift for the likes because the likes are important. YouTube loves the likes. And for those of you that are so inclined, I would be just honored and thrilled if you would choose to hit that subscribe button as well and subscribe to the channel. And just one more our hourly announcement. What's coming up tomorrow is our O.J. Simpson. Every Thursday, we review some O.J. Simpson testimony. Right now, we're going through F. Lee Bailey cross-examining racist police officer Mark Furman, who incidentally is starting to show up in the Idaho murder case. We'll be talking about that a little bit too. So Mark Furman is on the stand being cross-examined by one of the greatest defense lawyers ever to walk planet Earth. We're going to be reviewing some of that tomorrow. Friday, we'll be doing day 2 of this Clenney bond hearing. And the judge will determine whether or not to let her out on bond on December 8th. Monday is Maritime Monday. We'll be doing a shipping incident. We'll be doing a maritime accident-related story. And on Tuesday, we will be having a Taylor Shabusiness update. Taylor Shabusiness, she who did a massive drug cocktail with her boyfriend. They got into some kinky sex, which led to her choking him out with a chain and then making a messy puzzle of his body and leaving his head and his other head in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs for mom to find, etc., etc. Update on her hearing on Tuesday. And also Tuesday, we will be looking into the current situation regarding the Idaho murders. What's known up to that point. And also Detective Mark Furman's involvement in that case. Interesting stuff. So that's the weekend preview. We've got all of our super chats read. We've getting some more likes. So we've got 822 likes. Do me a favor and let's get up to 900 likes here in the next few minutes. That would be super awesome. Anna Kirk says, please do the Sarah Boone case. There's so many cases to do and so little time. Well, it's interesting because there's also a similar suitcase murder case here in Korea and New Zealand. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, we'll do all the cases we possibly can. All righty. Hit that like button. We're 842. We're 60 shy of 900. That would be super. And Bass. Legal Vice, did you see my email about the JLDC-8 that landed in the ocean? No injuries. Yeah. I did actually see that. Did you find a bloody glove in Idaho? We'll have to wait to see. There's Kyle Mitchell with the spoilers coming in. Now what do I talk about on Tuesday? There you go. No, the trial has been scheduled for March 6th, but it was also scheduled for September. It should happen right around that time, if not a month or two after that. But the judge is getting short, and he wants to get the trial going. So, but we'll talk more about the Taylor Shabusiness update on Tuesday. And until then, we'll keep doing this and Oj. All righty. Let's rock this thing. Let's keep going. Don't want to be up too late. So here we go. Fast forwarding. A very short man in a very pink shirt. It's like Kimbo Slice. Come on.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, we just started. We've met before, right?
This is the defense lawyer. The defense is going after him
time we
now.
met was at the City of Miami Homicide Bureau, correct?
Yes.
And I showed up there.
Yes.
And we had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And after our conversations and after I spent some time with you and with Courtney, I believe I gave you my phone number, correct?
Yes.
You have my contact information. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I also communicated with Detective Jerez, who was part of your team that night, correct?
Yes.
At what time do you recall did Detective Jerez let you know that there's an attorney who's representing this claim?
Execution says, have you heard about the Utah rapist who faked his death and moved to Scotland and was recently discovered and has now been proven to be that guy? Oh, yeah.
Later in the afternoon?
That's on the horizon, too.
And did she notify you by text or by phone call?
when we spoke in the station.
So she notified you orally,
Yeah,
verbally?
yeah.
What time did you start the interview with Ms. Clinton?
I want to say like 6 or 7, possibly.
And I think the interview would have been video recorded, correct?
Yes,
And in that video recording, it has a timestamp, correct?
yes,
So the best evidence for that would be the timestamp on the video, right?
correct.
And I don't want to hold you to a time unless you know 100%.
I don't know 100%.
Okay. Would that be noted in one of your reports?
Yes.
It's blurry as balls to everybody.
Now, when you started your interview of Ms. Clenny, you already knew that Mr.
Just doesn't, the camera is so bad. Boosting the resolution doesn't do anything.
About how many times would you say she asked about how he was doing throughout the course of that interview?
Several times.
Several.
Nope, the courtroom volume cannot be turned up. It is at 600% volume. It is just a shitty courtroom camera with a shitty courtroom microphone setup. This is the best we can do.
And so that's not the truth. That was a lie, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've produced a report in this case, correct? I think it's abbreviated 310 or 301.
Yes.
And what kind of report is that?
That's just a brief report on the investigation.
Okay, and so you have not prepared a final homicide report, then, correct?
A supplement? No.
No. And are you working on that?
Yes.
And when will that be available for disclosure?
When
I'll have a Subway turkey sandwich.
Soon.
Okay. And the contents of that report are going to be consistent with what you're saying here today, correct?
Yes.
And there's not going to be anything added or anything different, correct?
No.
Lobot. Yeah, you can get an audio mixer that will adjust. If you look right here, this is that booster. It is currently at 600% above normal volume.
No.
Did you arrive at the apartment? Was that
Yes.
your initial arrival point, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to view the condition of the apartment at that time?
This is the normal volume.
I briefly
This is
looked at
normal
the
maxed
apartment,
courtroom volume.
condition first.
So
and
trust
then
me when I say
I
the
went back later
600%
on.
is the best we're going to get.
And did you speak to any of the first responding officers prior to conducting your interview with Mr.
I'm not going to talk about the volume anymore.
Very shortly.
Did they mention to you that she was in a state of panic at the time?
Yes.
When they first showed up?
Yes.
She was covered in blood, right?
Yes.
Which was consistent with, I think, what you said. You reviewed some body-worn camera. That would be consistent with her.
Yellow
cradle
flash in the
was from
house.
celly in the living room area, correct?
Yes.
And did the other responding officers? Well, let me ask you this: what was her mental state at the time that you first spoke to her?
When I spoke to her, she was more calm than when she was at the building. But she was still a bit shaken up due to what occurred.
Oh yeah, not only am I not talking about the shitty audio quality in this court, I'm not talking about the shitty video quality anymore either.
Now, also,
We've addressed
I believe
both
in
of them.
body-worn camera. Have you? Well, let me ask you: have you reviewed all the body-worn camera of all the responding officers that evening?
Not all of them, most.
Okay. And a lot of them, Courtney's expressing her concern for Christian, right?
Yes.
And she's in a state of panic. What would you call it? Again, and her dogs are running around the apartment barking. It's a very hectic scene, right?
Yes.
I am young.
Now, you heard or you saw.
They would be lucky to have the budget to afford a potato can.
Part of Ms. Clenny's statement, correct?
Yes.
And she describes the attack on her by Mr. Moselli, correct?
Yes.
There's nobody else in that apartment at the time, correct?
Correct.
There's absolutely no eyewitnesses to what occurred in the apartment on April 3rd, 22, correct?
Correct.
So your investigation, it focuses around what happened after, basically, right?
Yeah.
Now, the part of the interview that we saw, that was actually the
Not
third
that one.
time that you asked her to kind of recount her. And the first time, do you recall what she said the first time?
It was about the same as the one played on the video.
Okay, so I mean, there was an argument, right?
Yes.
And your subsequent investigation showed text messages and some calls for, and I'm talking about April 3rd, 2022. We'll get to the other stuff later. But on April 3rd, 2022, you have the video of them in the morning. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong.
No.
Right? You have some text messages and some calls that occur right before that.
Yeah.
Right before around 4:30 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we know things go bad, right? Yeah. We know that because some neighbors called the police, right?
Yes.
They heard screaming and yelling.
Yes.
Right? We know that your investigation also revealed that Courtney was actually on the phone with her mom, right? Deborah
Yes.
Clenny. And she was actually on the phone with her at the time that Chris received the wound, correct?
When he received the wound?
Yeah.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so when Courtney's recounting what happened, she talks about a physical struggle with Moselli, right?
Yes.
How big, meaning how tall is Mr. Moselli?
He's taller than her.
Is he 6'2"?
Yeah. Low 6.
Low 6'1",
6'1", 6'2", something like that.
How much does he weigh?
I want to say about 200 pounds.
Okay. And how tall is Courtney Clenny?
She's about 5'8".
And how much does she weigh at the time?
At the time.
140, 150.
How much does she weigh now?
Moselli outweighs her by about 60, 70 pounds and is much taller, right?
Yes.
Now, she describes his attack on several occasions. I think the third time, right? She mentions that he got in a crouching position where he was crouching and then he came at her, right?
I don't remember that.
No, that's not her statement?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying she could see the whites of his eyes?
No.
Did you review her statement before coming here to testify today?
Objection, counsel testify. Also argued.
I reviewed part of it.
Part of it, not the whole thing. So again, but you're saying her testimony from the first time you asked her to recount what occurred was similar to the third time, right?
Correct.
In the arrest, did you author this?
Exactly. You guys are sharp.
And I'm holding it up. It's been admitted into evidence, and Judge, procedurally, I would move to submit, try to move into evidence all defense exhibits.
Oh, look at all you history buffs.
I believe
I have no
defense exhibit A, I believe, was the arrest.
And congratulations to Dark Fox 2000, the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much.
Can we push that bar?
Oh, on a sidebar. I want to go to a real bar. I need booze. Oh, yeah. You're not going to start the buffering shit, are you? Wake up, detective. Wake up. Wake up, detective. Oren. Do your stretches there, buddy. All right, how long does this last?
Point. Innocent people.
Okay, gotta go back a bit.
In this affidavit,
Really?
you talk about, and this is going to be, and please let me know if you need to see this. This is Defense Exhibit A. I think the government also introduced the arrest warrant. And this is on page 4 of 6. This is the second full paragraph. You stated, in her explanation to the police regarding the content of the phone calls that day, D. Clenny, which is Deborah, did not say she discussed the incident with the defendant. However, investigators know D. Clenny did communicate with the defendant about the incident because investigators saw a text message from mom on the defendant's phone recorded at 5:25 p.m. that mentioned self-defense and advised her not to say anything to investigators without an attorney. In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant D. Clenny, in addition to omitting her conversations with defendant D. Clenny, recorded statement also admits any claim that the defendant said she was being attacked by the victim during the call. Do you stand by those words?
Can you read the last sentence one more time?
Yeah, I was going to object in this characterization because it said admits versus omits.
In addition to omitting her conversations with the defendant, D. Clenny's recorded statement also omits any claim that the defendant said she was being attacked by the victim during the call.
Correct.
Okay. You stand by those words?
Yes.
Okay. In your phone call to Deborah Clenny, did you ask her, hey, was Courtney attacked?
No.
Okay. So when you say she omitted it, you never asked the question, did you?
Okay.
Correct.
Well, why wouldn't she volunteer she was attacked if she was claiming self-defense?
You also, in this paragraph that I read, you indicated that D. Clenny, meaning Courtney's mom, did not communicate, or the investigator, that Deborah Clenny did not say she discussed the incident with the defendant, meaning the attack, right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't ask her about that, did you? Did you say, hey, did Courtney tell you about the attack?
No.
No, you didn't ask her that, right? So any omission is because she didn't volunteer it, correct?
Correct.
Now, while you're, I guess this paragraph says, while you're interviewing her, I guess you saw a phone, a text message kind of pop up on Courtney's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to view that? A text message popped up on the phone, and I guess you're saying this mentions, and it mentions self-defense?
Yes.
Did you see the entire text message?
I did not.
So your inclusion of that portion that says something about self-defense, it kind of makes it sound like that's something nefarious or somebody's being coached, right? The way you wrote it?
Counsel is testifying.
These are your words that you adopted, right? It kind of makes it sound like there's a cover up, right?
Yes.
And you put these words in here without seeing the full and complete text message, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Jim, this does not look good. This looks bad for the detective.
Right? This is the complete text message. At 4:04 p.m., which would be Texas time, so that would be 5:04 p.m. Okay, Miami time. Please tell me what's happening. This is from Deborah to Courtney, my sunshine. Please tell me what's happening. You have to call me! Exclamation point. Even though it was self-defense, Don't say anything with the police without getting a lawyer first. Call me, please. It's very important. Even though it was self-defense, you cannot say anything without an attorney exclamation point. Innocent people get in trouble all the time.
Good advice from mom.
Right? That's the complete message. And this is a mother, right, that's in another state, right?
Objection, counsel testifying, no question pending, both to everything that we just said and now.
Yeah, this is not looking good for this detective's report.
Miss, do you know where Miss Clenny was? Meaning Deborah Clenny on the date of April 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And where was she?
Texas.
And where was Courtney?
In Miami.
Okay. So what seems clear to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that Miss Deborah Clenny was unable to contact her daughter at least between 5:04 p.m. Miami time, and then even going into the late night of 10:46 p.m. There's no responses, right, by Courtney?
Correct.
So this could be a very concerned mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Deborah was on the phone with Courtney listening to the argument that night, right?
Yes.
And I believe she told you that when you interviewed Miss Clenny, Deborah Clenny, that she could hear Christian yelling.
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you weren't in the apartment that night, were you?
No.
Now, you testified previously that her first and third recitation of her statement of what happened that night about the attack was consistent, correct?
Yes.
This is page 4 of 6 of your the arrest warrant whose language you adopted. Actually, you know what? Let me stop you there. If you didn't write this, who wrote this?
State attorney.
Which state attorney?
Khalil.
That dude sitting right over there.
Now, in this paragraph, which is the third full paragraph, again, page 4 of 6, you say, although the defendant admitted to having caused the victim's injury in her post-Miranda reported statement, she also provided several inconsistent accounts about the incident. Now, you just testified that at least the 2 of the 3 are consistent, right?
Mostly.
So this could be perceived to be a little bit misleading then, correct?
No.
Oh. See, this is what I don't like about the police a lot of times.
You had crime scene or
Instead of
somebody had crime
presenting the facts as they are, they craft the narrative to fit the story they
scene. I
want
think
to
I may have
get.
been there when they came to photograph her.
I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Yeah.
It's neither here.
But-
nor there. Sorry, I'll move on. So they came.
No, he didn't lie. There's nothing. You know, it's just a shitty report.
Sorry, I forgot where it was. So crime scene did come out to the homicide bureau and they photographed Miss Clenny's physical condition, correct?
Yes.
And that is done to document any injuries, right?
Yes.
You don't take the photographs yourself, do you?
No.
These crime scene technicians are specially trained, correct?
Yes.
And they have like rulers that they can take out to measure things when they're taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your warrant, well, in the warrant that you signed, again, the last full paragraph, the defendant's physical body was documented on the date of the incident, and there were no injuries to her person to corroborate this account. Now, do you recall that being included in the warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and that's for the record and for your honor, it's page 4-6. Now, on the screen, which is Defense Exhibit H, these are crime scene photos, are they not?
Yes.
And these are taken by your department, correct?
Yes.
And
Except
these
not under
was then
oath.
Provided to the state and then provided to the defense.
So
right?
Yes.
he's not
Okay,
looking good,
on
really.
the left side of the screen, there seems to be a bruise on the inside of her right arm. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could that bruise be consistent with a physical altercation?
At some point, yeah.
Proper opinion. He's not an expert.
Oh, you can't argue he's not an expert when you argued that he doesn't need to be an expert
see
when
a,
the prosecution was making
Bruise,
the
a visible bruise on Courtney's inside, sorry, that's the right arm. Do you
The
see
prosecutor
Yes.
argued that he didn't need to be an expert when the defense lawyer
right side of the
objected.
screen,
Now the defense lawyer is talking, and then
raise
suddenly
your
the
hand.
prosecutor is saying he's
Circle
not an
on the right
expert.
shoulder. Do you see that mark?
Jessica reloaded into
Could that
chat.
mark be consistent with some kind of physical altercation?
What's up, Jessica?
Yes.
Good to have you here. Go to Jessica Reloaded's page and subscribe to her as well. She has a nice little channel.
Again, the inside of the right arm. This is I think the closer up view of what we saw a second ago. And
I'm sorry, it's hard to see the bruise on the leg because her left leg is soaked with blood.
And if you need to get up from with your Honor's permission, if the witness needs to get down, thank you, Judge. And they measure that just so there's some type of kind of comparison, or if they need to describe the extent of an injury, right?
Yes.
And they take that out for something that they think is important to document, correct?
Yes.
So then we go
Low
on
and
to,
order, it's good to have you here
again,
too.
Another crime scene photo.
It's good to have everybody here.
That we've taken the liberty of circling. There seems to be some discoloration there, correct?
Yes.
And that could be bruising, maybe not. You're not an expert, right?
Correct.
So these pictures actually do show signs of physical injury, right?
Yes.
Judge, can we approach that bar?
I guess there's a bruise in there somewhere. You can see slight discoloration. Is she Botoxed up, or is she just looking confused most of the time? Yeah, this guy, he did not do the best on his report. But I bet he signed up for her OnlyFans page just for investigative purposes. No, he's the lead detective on this case.
And detective on direct, you testified that the medical examiner said that basically throwing a knife from that distance in that manner couldn't have caused that wound.
Oh, you missed, Steph, you missed the lead detective kind of not telling the whole story in his report.
Medical examiner, a knife expert?
I don't know.
He left out most of the parts where she was talking about it being self-defense from his report.
When the state was up here asking you a question that this has to be a stabbing, he motioned in a very almost a 90 degree motion, downward stabbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, is what the government, the state attorney, was that gesture, is that accurate and consistent with what the medical examiner's report says?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Somehow I have a sneaky suspicion it's not consistent with what the state medical examiner's report says.
Detective, did you review the report from the medical examiner?
25-year-old OnlyFans model stabs her 27-year-old cryptocurrency trader boyfriend in the chest. One blow to the chest. He bleeds to death. The state claims murder. She claims self-defense. Who's right? Yeah, Stephanie said, when you leave out in your report what a complainant is saying over and over to you, you're asking for trouble from the lawyers. You are welcome, Low End Order. All right, let's go, Chief. How far ahead can we skip? A little bit? No, not at all.
And his report indicates that it is a slight downward angle, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So a 90-degree angle is different than a slight angle. How did I know the state medical examiner's report would be different?
Now, you testified on direct that you didn't see any bruising or marks around Courtney's neck, correct?
Correct.
In her statement to you, she did mention that he grabbed her by the neck or had her up against the wall by the neck.
Yes.
And have you ever seen a particular situation where somebody could have their forearm up to somebody's neck,
Yes.
and that wouldn't necessarily cause bruising, would it?
Objection, Judge, that's a speculation.
And Ms. Clenny indicated also that at some point he threw her down to the ground, correct?
Yes.
Before? And I think she said on her shoulder.
She wasn't able to explain to me how he put her on the ground.
Right, I think she said something like, "Well, and then I was on the ground," right?
Yes.
Okay, which somebody who's just experienced a traumatic experience that Courtney experienced, that wouldn't necessarily mean that she has an accurate memory, correct? Detective, have you ever been in a fight before?
What relevance?
You answer? Okay. Yes.
Wow. How in the hell is that relevant? Whatever.
Was it a traumatic experience?
I mean,
do you remember every detail about that fight?
like I grew up doing martial arts, so yes.
But just for what it's worth, the day 2's video is slightly better than day 1's.
She was able to get up, right?
She wasn't able. She was able to. She explained that he wasn't on top of her anymore, but she was able to get out, but she couldn't explain exactly how.
And you testified again after looking at the crime scene, after speaking to Ms. Clenny that night, after you spoke with me. You were looking at this case as a case of self-defense, correct?
Yes.
Now, as part.
Patricia Machado said, I'm a bit late to the party. Did anything remarkable happen? Just the lead detective here is sort of admitting to being really subpar with his report writing abilities.
In the same hallway as well.
And were you able to locate the witness that said he saw Christian hitting Courtney in the head prior to April 3rd, 2022?
I could not find him.
But you heard about that witness, correct?
Yes.
It was reported to you by somebody else, right?
Yes.
And David McNine says, yeah, how would he know if he remembers every detail about a fight? If he doesn't remember something, he wouldn't know.
That person wasn't sure if it was a closed fist or an open hand, correct?
Yes.
But so you do have some evidence, right, throughout the course of your investigation that at a minimum, Moncelli also hit Courtney at least once that you're aware of.
From what I was told, yeah.
Okay, that's news. Geez, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, so seems to have been less than a decent mention that he has hit her at least once.
Did you also interview any witnesses, neighbors, in this case?
I attempted, but they refused to talk or be involved.
When you say they refuse to be involved, what do you mean?
Like they didn't want to they didn't want to talk to me or give any type of statement.
And that was all the neighbors in the building?
Not in the building, but
what? Come on here, big guy, you can do it.
Actually, hold on. I did speak to two gentlemen.
Okay, you did speak to two witnesses, right? Yes. One whose initials are JS and another one's initials who are EB, correct?
I can't remember right now.
Hearsay is allowed in this hearing. This is only a hearing to see whether or not she gets out of jail pending the trial. So hearsay rules and things like that are very, very loose. No big deal. It's a thing. You're allowed hearsay, some leading questions, whatnot.
So I don't want to necessarily put their names on the record now, but one of the witnesses, JS. So the first person you interviewed, remember the first gentleman you interviewed?
Mark Furman 2.0 asks Flux, no, he doesn't seem to be a racist cop. He just kind of seems to be a normal cop and pick and choose what he puts in his report.
I don't want to play your whole interview. I have some excerpts that I'll play later for the court so we can move through this. But in substance, would you agree that that individual basically said he had seen incidents of
Steph asked with the lead detective missing out of the report, Courtney saying over and over that it was self-defense. Do you think this increases her chance of getting bail?
Okay. And that same individual also
minimally,
in that same
but
interview said
it is extraordinarily rare when someone accused of murder is allowed out on bail. I mean, I would say there's a 0% chance of her getting out on bail, but
correct.
In a statistical world, there's never a 0% chance of something happening. But this is as close to statistical zero as it can be that she will get out.
That interview, in your interview of that individual, he opined, in his opinion, right, that Courtney was a victim of domestic violence. Is that true?
Yes.
Now you interviewed another gentleman. I think it was just right after that.
Yeah.
And that individual recounted the scene at the dog park, correct?
Yes.
And in that recounting of that scene, right, he talked about Christian grabbing her aggressively in the tricep area, correct? And he also told you that he stayed around and stayed in case something, quote unquote, went down, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because he was concerned.
Yes.
And I think he also mentioned that Christian had his hands up her face, correct?
I don't remember.
This cop sucks, man. This is bad. This cop sucks almost as bad as the video feed does.
Now, I want to go back to the phone interview that you had with Ms. Clenny,
come on.
Deborah Clenny. Remember that?
Yes.
And actually, you never asked the questions about did you describe the attack and did the stuff for you. Remember that?
Yes.
And part of that is because I showed up at the Homicide Bureau and that kind of ended the phone call, right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you were kind enough, you were very cordial with me, very, very professional with me, and you allowed me to come in, right?
Yes.
And that terminated your call with Ms. Clenny, right?
Yeah. I mean, we were pretty much almost done with the call.
Okay. And in that, you never called Ms. Clenny to follow up and do another interview to get more details?
No.
You never called her husband Kim to maybe follow up because you said he was on the line? You never followed up with him, right?
No.
You didn't call me and say, hey, can you talk to Deborah Clenny and have her make a statement to me?
No.
the best dial-up I've ever seen. But again, take heart.
What she did tell you was
Day
you
2
overheard
hearing
Courtney
is
saying,
crisp and
"Stay
clean."
back," right? Stay back.
Yes.
And then we know, based upon your cell phone analysis, right, that Courtney called 911 herself, right?
Yes.
And we heard it. She's there panicking, trying to get help, right?
Yes.
And again, when the first responder showed up, she was cradling Mr. Umbrumselli in her arms, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also served,
You're not baiting me, X-Comer.
did Courtney,
You're not baiting me.
during your interview, she was remorseful, right?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
Right? She seemed remorseful and genuine with you, correct?
Yes.
Objection calls for credibility of the witness. It's right.
Well, this is an interesting thing. Bail hearings are almost never, never 2 days.
So you say you
They're almost never a
executed
full day.
some
In a
warrants,
normal case, a bail hearing is a
one of
good
which was
30 minutes to an hour or 2.
financial documents, right?
This is about 8 hours total.
And those financial documents were of Courtney?
It was a subpoena, and yes, it was a court.
Okay, and you got a response, right?
Yes.
And, did you serve a subpoena on Umbrumselli's bank accounts?
No,
Why not?
no reason.
Do you know how he was supporting himself?
I don't recall.
Objection relevance.
Did your investigation reveal that he was a cryptocurrency trader?
Yes.
Well, then he deserved to be stabbed. I see the court upgraded to potato version 2.6. Well, see, this is another thing. This is an interesting aspect of it. If she cared, she'd have called 911 instead of watching him bleed with her mother on the phone for 10 minutes. If I remember, I think it was like 14 minutes she was on the phone with her mom. But yeah, she talked to her mom on the phone a long time before calling 911. All right, let's go, Jack. Hey, Darth Hideous, what's up? I would laugh at this comment, but my office currently uses Outlook 2010 for our email, so I can't laugh at that. What's up, Trev? Hey, Fast Ed, just stopping in. Had to actually do some work. Well, while you're just stopping in, please hit that like button. Make sure you do that. That would be deeply appreciated. Yes, please move on, Defense.
You did serve a subpoena though on the building, One Paraiso, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the documents you returned, you obtained a lease agreement, correct?
Yes.
And whose name is on that lease agreement for the apartment where this incident took place?
The defendant.
Courtney's name?
Yes.
Is Umbrumselli's name anywhere on that lease agreement?
No.
As part of you serving subpoenas on the bank accounts and financial records of Courtney, did you see the payments being made for rent?
I can't remember.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Umbrumselli ever paid rent?
Yeah, judge relevance.
I can explain the relevance.
It's her house. He was paying, that's what it's going to be.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Moselli ever paid rent?
No.
Now, part of your investigation also revealed that the week prior to April 3rd, 2022, Ms. Clenny had to fly in from Texas to help Courtney get him out of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, he was thrown out of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And then he came back, right?
Yes.
So,
oh, please don't do that to me. This is retard.
during the time that he was out of the apartment when Ms. Clenny was there, do you know where you stayed?
No.
Did you interview any of
No, there's no legal. They were joking about the camera quality being so bad and the court using Windows 3.1. I was saying I can't laugh at that because my office uses ancient technology too. It has nothing to do with this trial.
Did your investigation reveal?
We have 999 likes. Who's going to be like number 1,000? Reach down there and hit that like button. Get us up to 1,000 likes.
Now you discussed the manner in which you get up to
1,014 likes. One of you is a lucky guy. Congratulations, and thank you very much for getting us over 1,000 likes. We now have more likes than current viewers. 1,006 current viewers. 1,037 likes. You guys rock.
Yes.
Thanks so much
And
for
the
that.
elevator, when it opens up directly into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
So once somebody gains access to the elevator, activates the fob, the next stop is the apartment,
Yes.
right? Now you testified about an elevator video, the infamous elevator video.
Same objection as judge.
You previously testified about the elevator. I understand.
No.
You previously testified about the elevator incident. Where
We're
you
just
say
still
Miss Clenny
joking
was
about
attacking
that.
Christian.
Yes.
Okay. You just have the video, right?
Yes.
What happened before they got in the elevator?
We don't know, or I don't really recall what happened before.
You don't know what happened before that elevator video, correct?
Yeah, you don't recall or you don't know.
Did you interview any witnesses that told you what happened before that incident in the elevator?
No.
So you don't know.
So all you
Stop
have
saying you didn't
is a video.
recall.
Yes.
No context to what occurred prior to Courtney getting on that elevator, correct?
Fair enough.
Now, she seemed pretty upset in that video, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. El Moselli is able to gain access to the control panel to get the fob, correct?
To use the fob, yeah.
Right. And that fob would take him directly into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
So the only way to get Mr. Moselli not to go to that apartment would be to not allow him to use the fob, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if Courtney wanted him in the apartment that evening?
Judge, that's speculation.
Again, that was a month and a half prior to April 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you review body-worn camera footage of an incident that took place at the One Paraiso condominium April 1st, 2022?
I did, but I don't remember what was on it.
Would that video...
Do you remember anything?
Would that video have depicted some officers responding to a domestic dispute?
Yes.
And in that video, do you recall Courtney explicitly saying, "I want a restraining order against Christian Moselli"?
Yes.
You didn't put that into any of your reports, did you?
Not yet.
Not yet. What, you're going to go back and write another report for something that happened in fucking February?
Now, Detective, in
Not
April
yet?
of 2022, you had been with the homicide unit for less than...
This guy sucks.
Yes.
Hard.
Prior to that, what was your assignment?
I was in robbery.
And prior to being a rock side, sorry, I cut you off. I didn't hear your response. You were a
He
robbery
sucks so
detective.
bad it made my voice raise an octave and a half.
That was just it.
Prior to being assigned to the robbery unit, where were you?
I was in the problem-solving team. I was in the problem-solving team in overtime.
You didn't solve many problems here, pal.
That's
You've
just,
created a lot of problems for
unit
the
that
prosecution.
proactively works on.
Wolfram, unfortunately, Lorax,
Ongoing
I can
issues
only
with
click that
the-
like once, unlike a certain political party who encourages voting multiple times.
Yes.
Okay.
Once is enough for me. Thank you so much.
Okay. During the course of your experience while being a police officer, did you run into victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you familiar, let me ask you this, when you're in the police academy or as part of your ongoing training as a police officer, are you trained to notice signs of domestic violence?
Same objection. Also, improper opinion, I can keep going.
I'm asking if he's been trained or not. In- I understand.
We should
you been
have
trained,
mail-in likes as well.
Detecting signs of domestic violence?
Nice.
Yes.
Are you trained about what they call the cycle of violence?
Objection.
The cycle of violence. Yes, Sandra Ramirez, as you do say in the South, bless his little heart.
As part of your investigation, you indicated that you also subpoenaed or obtained police reports from Las Vegas, Nevada, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about that at length with the state attorney on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And in your subpoenaing of those records, in addition to the police report, also came a statement, a sworn statement by one of the hotel security officers. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
And in that report, well, let me ask you this. Did you review the body-worn camera of that incident?
Yes.
And I believe the investigating officer was Detective, or I think Officer Velasco.
I'm not going political. I'm just reading a super chat.
And this is the video, just so we can make sure we're talking about the same one. The video of the officer who first goes to see, I think speaks to Mr. Umbrumselli,
Yes.
and then talks to Courtney.
Yes.
But the first person he talks to is, I think, some member of the hotel.
We're leaning
security
towards
staff, correct?
Stabarella right now.
And when he approaches that individual gives him kind of a summary of what they have, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And what he says is security got called, right?
Yes.
Who called security?
I can't remember.
Well, was it Courtney or was it Christian?
Honestly, I can't remember.
Okay. If I told you it was Courtney, would you believe me?
Same objection.
So you don't recall?
I don't.
Well, we'll play it for you, or not for you.
Nah. If you don't recall, we'll just play
And
it.
so do you recall that person telling you that his security people came into the hotel room and noticed clumps of Courtney's hair on the floor?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Now, as a trained investigator, clumps of hair on the floor, would that indicate some kind of physical struggle to you?
Objection. Speculation.
You can answer the question.
Yes.
Now, in that interview, Courtney admits she threw a glass at Christian, right?
Yes.
The glass didn't hit him, did it?
I'm not sure.
Great job, detective. Not asking if the glass hit him or not.
Also in that video, Courtney tells the officer right before she's being arrested.
That's the difference between assault
she didn't tell
and
him the whole
battery.
story, right?
Yes.
Because she didn't want Christian to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
So you testified as to the medical examiner. I think you indicated that in your interactions with him and reading his
Yes, it
report,
could
that
indicate a
reflects
psychotic break where she tore her own hair out, but the detective never
single
asked.
stab wound, right to the subclavian artery, correct?
This detective
Now,
Pissing
in
me
your
off.
training experience, even a homicide, right, can be justified, right?
Yes.
And initially, you didn't make any arrests because you were looking at this as self-defense, correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Objection what? Grounds.
Now, you talked about blood spatter and droplets and pooling of blood, right? But you're not a blood spatter expert, correct?
No.
You were just recanting what's on the scene that you saw, right?
Yes.
And that the blood, as far as you're concerned, is consistent with somebody sustaining an injury and then walking around the apartment or running around the apartment, right? You don't have to look at the state. You can look at me when you answer the question.
Oh, getting a little argumentative there, counsel.
He's asking the questions, the state will object, if they have an objection, I will move the words.
Objection.
Jim Satella says looks like a mutual combat relationship. Starting to look that way, doesn't it?
The state's direct. I mean,
So is the blood that you saw at the scene, I'm not asking you for an expert opinion, but it's consistent with somebody walking or running around the apartment after sustaining an injury.
He's got this detective on the ropes and he knows it. He's just gonna punch him until he gives up.
Now, do you know, again, you weren't there when the injury occurred, right?
Correct.
Boom. Goes
You
the
also mentioned
dynamite.
in
Nice old meme blast there.
the Las Vegas video body cam, I think that Corey said, oh yeah, I threw a plate at him or something, some other stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Hispanic?
What?
Okay. Do you have an abuela?
jack shit.
What? Are you Hispanic and do you have an umbrella?
I'll move on.
What the
You wanna
fuck
check
was that?
Detective?
Jack it. Judge objection.
I'll move on, Judge. I'm
What the fuck is going on here?
Now, you also said you pulled Ms. Clenny's entire criminal history, correct?
Yes.
And you said there was a California case? Was it
Yes.
DWI or DUI?
I
Did he say abuela? I thought I heard umbrella. I was like, what?
And that was a case that the charges were dropped.
But either way.
I don't, right now I can't remember.
And the incident in Las Vegas, where she was arrested for battery, right? That case was also dropped, correct?
Yes.
I heard umbrella. I did not hear abuela. But still, either way, what does that matter? Whether it was abuela or umbrella, what does the question matter? Detective, do you have
cell phone
one?
extraction of Mr. Umbraselli's phone, correct?
Yes.
And you were capable to do that because Ms. Clenny gave you the
I'm going to
password.
change my channel name to that abuela guy.
She was cooperative with you during your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I offered to be cooperative with you throughout the course of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
I'd call you every now and then just to follow up, right?
Yes.
Or I would text you, right?
Yes.
And I even said, hey, look, if something changes in your investigation, let me know and we'll go to your office, surrender her, right?
Yes.
Where's Spidey when we need him? Oh, I think anybody can read this body language. He's all huddled up, scrunched up, being all defensive, looking panicky and nervous, wanting to do nothing more than read that report and edit the shit out of it. This is a really, really, really uncomfortable lead detective.
Detective, you, in extracting that cell phone.
He wants to be anywhere
testifying
else on
direct,
earth than
text
right
messages,
here.
Specifically text message that took place on October 9th and 10th, I believe it was. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes.
believe those.
This is the
in
defense
summary,
murdering him on the
you said that
stand.
those text messages indicate that there was a physical altercation and Courtney hit him in the head with a phone, correct?
Yes.
There was a physical struggle, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what happened that caused Ms. Clenny to take that drastic action?
May I review my notes real quick?
Sure.
Is that going to help? God, I have to take off my watch. My wrist is sweating. I'm getting enraged at this guy. I was ambivalent, then I was tolerant, then I was annoyed. Now I'm just pissed at this detective. This guy is useless, and he's hiding, and he's dodging, and he's scared as shit. He looks at his report, and he can't even answer the question. Holy crap. Under my abuela, Ella. Under my umbrella. Sorry.
And I think it was, again, this is State's Exhibit 4, is the text messages from October 9th, where he mentions that I think Christian says, oh, and stabbed me in my leg or something to that effect,
Yes.
right? In the follow-up text messages, by Courtney responding to that, she never admits to stabbing him in the leg, correct?
Well, she didn't exactly say, I stabbed you in the leg. She said, oh, go to the hospital, get a bandage. I hope you're enjoying the hospital.
No, not right now.
I think we know she stabbed him in the leg.
Right? That you would have noted if she would make an admission of stabbing him previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Christian would harm himself sometimes by cutting
Oh,
himself?
he's a cutter. Oh,
You didn't know that?
Jesus. No.
In your interview of Courtney, did she not disclose that to you?
Objection. That's still not relevant. And we're attached to it before.
Oh, so.
Can you say it again?
Did Miss Clenny, during the course of your interview with her, tell you that Christian would cut himself?
I remember that she said that he tried to hurt himself at one point, but I don't remember.
Oh, no.
To what extent?
Why is this the first we're hearing
Now,
about him being a
the text
cutter?
messages on State's Exhibit 4, if you have up on the screen, do you remember this text message which came hours later?
She's admitted to him
After
stabbing him in the
after
chest
Christian
and
strikes
killing
him hit
him.
by- with the
She's
phone?
just saying it was
Remember,
self-defense.
Courtney's response at looks like 4:34 a.m., whatever time that was. I think this is in Las Vegas. If you remember, if you decide to get, this is Courtney, if you decide to get security, call, I will let them know exactly what happened.
Oh, that's funny.
What's the question?
Do you
Oh,
recall
if I
this?
remember that? Yeah.
So is it fair to say that these texts don't say exactly what happened?
No.
And it appears to me Courtney's not afraid of telling somebody exactly what happened, right? That's her text.
Correct.
Now, you also have text messages from January 30th, which you went through with the state that talk about where he actually goes to the hospital and receives stitches, right?
Yes.
And he's cut across, his chin and I think you said his cheek, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Cutters don't normally cut their face. I've dated a
you think
couple.
that was an argument over some text messages, right?
Yes.
Dangerous,
Again,
weird shit.
We don't know what happened in phone calls, perhaps, prior to the text messages.
No.
We don't know what conversations they may have had, correct?
No.
All we have is these texts, right?
Yes.
Again, this is where the state indicated that she said, oh, I hope you enjoy the hospital, something to that effect. I just hope you have time to cool down or think about your actions, right?
Oh, I don't know about cool down, but
Well, hopefully, again, Courtney's text, hopefully this will give you time to think about your actions, right?
yes.
Cutters normally aren't
I'm sorry,
stabbers,
cool down,
but
those were my words. All right? Enjoy the hospital.
the
You don't know what prompted
the
her
injury, if I
prior to
recall
these
correctly,
texts.
was
Send it.
described as a
Enjoy
laceration.
the hospital. Nobody wants to enjoy the hospital.
Right, but you don't know what occurred, right?
No.
But one of the girls that
Now,
dated, she
again,
would cut on the inside of
in
her
the
thigh
follow-up
and her
message,
wrist.
Right?
But
Courtney
stabbing
tells
isn't a
Christian,
thing.
Tell them your side then I'll tell, sorry, I'm getting older. Tell them your side, then I'll tell them what happened. Right? She texts that.
Yes.
Is somebody who's afraid of the truth coming out, would they send a text like that?
Objection, speculation.
I'll move on. And his answer is that I'm not saying anything.
Yes.
Right? I mean, people could not want to say anything for a bunch of reasons.
Objection,
Right?
counsel testify.
One of which could be that Christian doesn't want the truth to come out, correct?
Objection, speculation, counsel testify.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think her next test is an LMAO, right? And then followed by you should, meaning she's asking him to tell whoever what happened, right?
Objection, speculation, best evidence, counsel testify.
Objection, every possible objection.
I'm saying after the LMAO, her text says you should, meaning you should tell somebody what happened, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the logical reading of this. Right? I'm not making this up.
Objection, counsel testifying. I just want to ask for the counsel to stick to the ground.
Why are they doing all of this for a bond hearing?
Did you subpoena? I think you indicated that.
I'm guessing the
photograph
defense is going to be arguing that
the GPS.
she's
data
not a risk to
associated
anybody
that,
because he did all of this shit to himself and he was the abuser, so she should be let out pending the
in that
trial.
area, right?
One of the injuries points at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Okay. Did you pull the medical record? Did you serve a subpoena for the medical records from Mount Sinai Hospital?
I did not.
Do you know if the state executed a subpoena for those medical records?
I don't know.
Do we know for a fact if that's where he was treated at Mount Sinai?
I mean, the pain's right on top of Mount Sinai, so, and he was in the bed, and the picture shows that he's in a medical bed.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out.
There's no other hospital.
It could be an urgent care maybe in that area. Now, you mentioned in those photos that Christian has raccoon eyes.
Yes.
And what is that to you? Dark circles in his eyes?
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily mean he was punched in the eye, does it?
Well, compared to
Objection, speculation.
No.
Well, he already has a laceration to the bottom of the lip and injuries to his face, so it's consistent with getting hit multiple times and also slashed in the face.
All right, detective, you can't say one way or the other whether those dark circles are from a physical contact or maybe he hadn't slept for a long time, right?
Definitely not that he hasn't slept in a long time. They're definitely injuries.
Do you know that Christian and Courtney were up at all times of the night? I mean, they were living kind of a party lifestyle, wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
There was drugs involved.
She's taunting him and being satirical. The lawyer's taking it. The lawyer is representing his client and pounding the detective over this. The detective is the one that should be saying, "Well, this is clearly joking. This is clearly taunting." The lawyer is just asking the questions. This detective sucks, like a lot, hard. Yeah, this is a very long bail hearing. This seems more like a practice trial than a bailing. That's why I'm watching it, because it's giving a lot of insight into how they're probably going to be arguing in court.
Detective is part of crime scene.
During the hearing.
crime scene
They're in court now.
responding
You know
to,
what I mean.
the apartment where this incident occurred. They also photographed certain items that had some type of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
And part of what they photographed were letters written from Christian to Courtney, correct?
Yes.
And in your assessment of those letters, would you say that those letters are an acknowledgement of his abuse of Courtney?
I can't remember.
Speculation, best evidence.
Did you see those photos?
I did.
Did you read them? Well,
I
did you
did.
read the wording contained in those photos?
I read them.
Okay. If you look up on the screen, Defendant's Exhibit E, looks like this letter was torn up at some point. Is this what I'm talking about, the photographs of the letters?
Yes.
And there's highlighted sections in there, correct?
Several objections.
There's going to be several objections. That's like, can we just bring this up here? Because I'm going to make every objection possible. Yeah, the prosecutor has already questioned him. Is the prosecution's witness. The defense is just manhandling him. And we got about an hour left. He's praying to Jesus now. No, he's just picking his fingernails. I was hoping he was praying to Jesus to do a little bit better on the stand, but now he's just nervously picking at his fingernails. This is a defeated man who knows he is just sucking on the stand. Oh, are we bothering you, detective? Are we inconveniencing you with our time? He is uncomfortable. This is a long sidebar here.
You on OT?
Do you want some sugar so people know you're live?
This your day?
Oh, wait, there you go.
All right, just kind of recapping. So there were some letters that were photographed and retained as
Lancelot 652. Not that any lawyer will argue it,
lead
but would
investigator,
anyone
lead
even
homicide
believe a male over a female for DV?
You recall these letters?
Well, they believe Johnny
And,
over
so
Amber.
Defense Exhibit E is what the government provided to us, that you seized, the department seized. And part of the letters, although it's ripped, says that he's guilty of gaslighting her, right, and mentally abusing her, right? Those are the words contained in this document.
I can't remember, so I don't feel comfortable answering that.
Okay, that's fair enough. Were you able to determine that these letters were written by Selly to Courtney?
Again, I can't.
Now, this is very Johnny
Johnny
Depp, too, where he's just saying whatever she needs to say to calm her down. Because that was the gist of a lot of these tapes and videos, was her just screaming at him and him saying, okay, it's my fault, whatever.
I'll move on. The court has these.
So,
There's no memory, so I'll move on, Judge.
this is reading like the guy who's just like, all right, fine, I did this, I ghosted you, I gaslighted you, I did this, I'm sorry, my fault, my bad, give on.
Now,
That submissive beta thing that you have to do to survive sometimes, I guess.
As to some recordings that were made by Selly, where Courtney can be heard screaming, right?
Yes.
And it's actually, we've mentioned it as video, but
True
it's
Flux.
a video file, but it's actually just audio, correct?
No, I think.
Except for one that's in the lobby.
I think they're all video.
Well, they're video files, but there's actually no video because the phone is secreted.
Well, if you watch carefully, at one point he does take out the phone, and then you can see the defendant on the floor screaming.
Okay, the point of it is, the bulk of it is just audio, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
No, it is
Now,
video, just the video's black.
The person who recorded that is who?
The victim.
Mr.
What?
Selly, right?
Yes.
He knows he's being
Are you sure?
recorded, right?
Yes.
If you know you're being recorded, you're going to say kind of, what you want to say, right? That person has an advantage to know they're being recorded, correct?
Yes.
You don't know what happened before that recording took place.
No.
You don't know what happened after that recording took place.
No.
And that's true for the several recordings that are part of the evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
as part of the documentation that you pulled from the One Paraiso this management company, they also gave, you said you were provided incident reports, correct?
Say that again?
The One Paraiso subpoena returned a bunch of incident reports, correct?
Yes.
And you said there was like a lot of them, right?
Yes.
Something that, those are not your words, those are mine, but there was a lot, right?
Yes.
Too many, I think you said.
Too many.
Right? Which shows a history of some kind of domestic issues going on, correct?
Yes.
And one of those, again, was the body-worn camera from April 1st, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Where Courtney asked for a restraining order, correct?
Yes.
And in that same video, right, one of the officers asks her if he's been violent with her in the past, correct?
I can't remember.
Okay, well, we'll move on. It's been admitted.
You're innocent. Unlike Courtney Clenney.
Now, you mentioned something about Christian's fob was 01027 and Courtney's fob was 01058. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, clearly, I think you testified that her fob became inactive in March of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know when she lost that fob, do you?
No.
Now, the day of the elevator video, you don't know if she had her fob on her, correct?
Correct.
She might have left it upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned you served subpoenas on Courtney's for her financial records on some banks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified it was $2 million.
Yeah, just
Is it
over 2 million.
It's over 2 million? It's not over 1.3 million?
Well, 1.3 million.
Between both wire transfers, it equaled over 2 million.
You sure?
Yes.
I believe so, or you're
Do
sure?
anything before you say that that's your final answer?
Oh, detective, my friend. Whenever someone says anything like that, review your notes.
Now, the state talks about
Oh,
your
detective.
efforts to locate Miss Clenney,
Yes.
right? You remember testifying about those efforts?
Yes.
Right. You actually traveled to Hawaii, right? When you found out she was there.
Yes.
So you got a free trip to Hawaii.
Oh, Jesus.
Paid for, the city of Miami paid for that, right?
Yes.
That's a dumb question.
So before you decided to fly to Hawaii,
I don't think you
effectuate
decided.
the arrest of Miss Clenney, did you lose your phone?
No.
So you had my contact information, correct?
Yes.
You never called me and said, "Hey, Frank, look, things have changed, and we want to surrender Miss Clenney," right?
Objection, relevance.
He doesn't have to do that.
Say that again.
You never called me and said, "Hey, listen, things have changed. Bring in your client."
No.
No.
He doesn't have to say that. Why would he have to do that?
Instead, you enlisted the U.S. Marshals to go get Courtney out of Hilo, Hawaii. And do you know where she was in Hilo, Hawaii?
She was in a rehab facility.
In a medical rehabilitation facility, right?
Objection, testify.
She didn't flee to Hawaii, correct?
Objection. Actually, you know what? I will withdraw.
Yes. I mean, what was the question? Sorry.
Did you think she fled to Hawaii?
Dude.
No.
She was there to get help, right?
Yes.
Did you speak with her?
You're helping the defense
When
so
you
much,
were in
detective.
Hawaii?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you thought your investigation was closed? You're under oath.
Dude.
If I thought that she was under,
Did you tell her that this case had been closed by you?
that I was closed?
Yes, sir.
No.
Oh God! Wait till he brings out the proof saying that he told her this case was closed. Wait till he brings out the proof that says it was only $1.3 million transferred and not $2 million.
Just talking about
Oh God!
these two issues.
This- Why am I getting angry at this detective?
Contacted you, maybe
I have nothing to do with this case.
2 months, I would contact you, correct?
Yes.
Now, talk,
Oh, God.
More counsel needs to ask a question and get an answer.
now, in reviewing the financial records, right, you're just reviewing the documents, correct?
Yes.
Do you know why she transferred those monies into her father's account?
No.
Do you know how much she currently has in her accounts?
Right now, no.
Yes.
Right now, no.
At the when you got the subpoena returned, when was that?
I can't remember the exact date.
And what was the balance in her accounts?
I believe it was about $4,000.
Lux doing the super chat. Told you, Mark Furman 2.0, just no racism. Well, Furman was planning evidence. He was being a racist. Allegedly, he was planning shit. This is just I don't know. Whatever. He just sucks. Mark Furman was actually a good detective. He was just a racist and an alleged evidence planner. This guy just seems to suck at everything.
Have no further questions.
Investigating, writing reports, questioning people, remembering his goddamn name on the stand. Tedorovsky says detective is just warming up. You better hurry and warm up because we are like round 8 now. Phone. But now he's singing. He's singing to himself. Boop 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 boop. He's just singing under my umbrella, Ella, hey hey.
If it pleases the court, as discussed, sidebar, the state provided the clerk an exhibit to just attach, which will include exhibit 33, which is an Instagram live video. Detective, I want to pick up a little bit where Mr. Prieto left off, and he discussed with you about not contacting him when a decision to arrest was made.
All right, let's try to make him sound good.
I don't remember the exact date.
Would the warrant refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a copy of it?
I do.
Give me 1 second. Do you have a copy of the warrant?
If Wolfram says, detective, this is just a bond hearing. Wait until the actual trial begins. Hopefully they'll have worked with him a little bit and it won't just be
Detective, I'm giving you the last page of
bloodbath, for lack of a better word.
When was that warrant signed?
August 4th,
Okay.
2022.
You remember when the defendant was arrested?
Yeah, it was like a week later.
Okay. This warrant was obtained under seal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall why it was obtained under seal?
So no hints would be given to the defendant, and then they would flee.
Of course I do.
Or flee anywhere else.
Okay, so you said flee again, or anywhere else.
Yes.
So I want to parse that out because Mr. Prieto asked you the question. Mr. Prieto on cross-examination asked you the question, did you believe the defendant fled to Hawaii? Your initial answer was yes. He then asked you again in a different way. You said no, and then he asked you about rehab. So I want to redirect you as to that conversation. Okay. In the context of the defendant being in a rehab facility, you don't have any reason to doubt that she was there for some kind of help.
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that it's simultaneously true that she could have fled there?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Was that a concern and why you did not contact Mr. Prieto?
Yes.
You've been in homicide and robbery.
Why is this guy still wearing his Halloween
You
costume?
agree that
Good
those
question.
are highly investigative?
Yes.
In the context of those investigative units, does the city of Miami do everything by themselves, or do they rely on the prosecutor's office?
We rely on prosecutors as well.
And that's true for review of search warrants, subpoenas, and particularly arrest warrants.
Yes.
Okay. So let's walk through that. In the nature of a homicide investigation, how many have you participated where there have been arrests?
Currently,
I'm talking about participating. So if you
No.
assisted as robbery or anything else.
oh, in robbery too?
Yeah, all homicide
Oh.
investigations that you've ever assisted on, how many have been
On
arrested?
homicide alone, about 6. That have 6 or 7 that have been, no, about 8 with that have made an arrest, and then in robbery, probably over 100.
And how many of those has the defendant asked to surrender themselves? Let's redirect. Let's redirect.
None.
Officer Cheech, perfection. I
is
think he
the
sort of
homicide
looks more like a
Yes.
budget John Leguizamo.
In dangerous crimes, how do police approach the apprehension of a subject in that case?
As safe as possible,
Why is that?
because a lot of the times they know that they're going to spend the rest of their life in jail, so they'll take any action to not go to jail.
Mr. Prieto discussed with you regarding quote unquote cooperating with the investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In this case, you mentioned that you obtained cell phones and did search warrants on those.
Yes.
For Ms. Clenny, how many phones did you obtain?
2.
How many warrants did you execute?
2.
At any point in time, was the
Okay, we'll say business phone and personal phone. I guess that's okay for an OnlyFans model.
They were not. At no point in time, defense has offered to or was contacted.
No.
In September of this year, the defense was not contacted for the bid. Did the defense ever provide a pen for the phone?
No.
Have you been able to answer her phone?
No.
What efforts have been expended in attempting to answer her phone?
We have taken the phone to a Secret Service, and they have attempted to do what is called a brute force to be able to get into the phone.
With regards to the cases that the defendant has, one of which was the Las Vegas case, Mr. Prieto asked you about the posture of that case, and more specifically, whether it's been dropped or prosecuted or outstanding. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The Las Vegas case, you said it was dropped.
Yes.
The victim in that case and the sole witness was the victim in this case?
Yes.
And that's now a deceased person?
Yes.
In the context of that letter, which you saw and the one time you reviewed it, was there any documentation of physical abuse by?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. In the letter that the defense showed on the screen,
Yes.
that was torn in the middle, missing a chunk. Do you know what Christian Omuselli's writing looks like?
No.
Do you know if that was him that wrote that letter?
No.
It was certainly signed by a Christian Omuselli.
I can't remember if it was signed or not, but
So you don't know if he wrote it.
I don't.
You don't know if the defendant wrote it.
No.
You don't know the context of that letter.
That I remember, no.
That letter itself did not.
This is the prosecutor making his own witness, the lead detective, repeatedly say he doesn't know anything.
Let's
Not
talk about
good.
some of the messages that Mr. Prieto discussed with you. He mentioned the October 9th, 10th, and 11th sequence of messages. And specifically, he showed the screen message where it says, "Tell them exactly what happened." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was that a threat?
Objection calls for speculation.
In what context was that message given?
Objection calls for speculation.
The message, "Tell them exactly what happened." What occurred immediately before that message and immediately after that message?
I would have to see the messages. I can't really remember right now off the top of my head.
Oh, of course you can't remember.
The January 30th messages Mr. Prieto put on screen.
Yeah, I'd have to
First
give this one a
message
pass,
was,
I believe.
Said something to the effect about this will give you time to think about your actions. And then a second message shortly after that said enjoy the hospital.
Yes.
That was the first message. Think about your actions was the first message after that time break you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Okay. So there was the argument that was documented over the overtime of the football game.
Yes.
There was a break in time. I'm not trying to offer anything, so tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm just trying to understand your testimony. There was the argument, time break, and then the first message was tell them, think about your actions and enjoy the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. The defendant, like Mr. Prieto showed on screen, wrote LMAO. What does LMAO mean?
Laughing my ass off.
Okay, so the defendant was mocking the victim.
Objection calls for speculation.
Good. Good objection.
Did you read all of those messages, like beginning to end and all of them?
I did.
Okay, so in the
All
context of processing those
12,220?
messages in this context,
Yes.
is the defendant mocking the victim?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can opine.
Yes.
You just start with
Mr.
easier
Prieto asked
questions.
you about your ability to identify victims of domestic violence. So I want to talk about that. Victims of domestic violence, do they often cover for their abusers?
Yes.
Mr. Prieto, you're going to ask you about the Las Vegas incident where Ms. Clenney at the end said, well, I didn't tell you everything. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it uncommon for a victim of an aggravated battery to not tell the hospital what caused it?
Objection.
Redirecting.
Was this detective potentially in a coma a few months
When
back?
you saw the body
Nice,
camera of
nice
the Las
callback to
Vegas
the
incident, the officer before
who the hell was that?
anything went straight to
Dean
Mr.
Cummings
Sullivan
trial.
and his Miranda rights, right?
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. Is it uncommon for males to be perceived as the aggressor in domestic violence incidents?
It's not uncommon.
As a police officer yourself, is that often who you perceive to be the subject or the culpable party?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the case here?
Yes.
Such as in Las Vegas, where there was further investigation where the defendant was the aggressor, is that what happened here?
Yes.
And let's talk about how you got there. The arrest warrant. You said you've worked on 8 homicide cases. How many have been arrests in homicide cases? How many of those arrests were yours?
7 of them.
Okay. And on those, how many did you apply for arrest warrants?
Maybe 6 of those.
In those contexts, is the state heavily involved in the writing of the arrest warrant?
Say that again?
Is the state heavily involved in the writing of an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Initially, for example, you perceived this to be a justifiable use of force before you got everything else.
Yes.
As part of your initial perception, is that the final call in that prosecution?
No.
Okay. What happens in a homicide investigation where they pursue an arrest warrant?
I have to sit with the state attorney's office and we have to go through everything that has been found in the case to come to a conclusion.
Are you directed by the state to pursue investigative steps?
Yes.
As part of being directed by the state attorney's office to pursue investigative steps, does that include subpoenas?
Yes.
Can you write a subpoena?
No.
Can you issue a subpoena?
No.
Who do you need to issue a subpoena?
I need the state attorney's office.
Oh, stuck on strings is greeting from New Orleans. New sub here, really late for the live
Let's
stream.
talk
Sorry, I'm doing a replay thing.
about,
Smash like and thanks for covering this case.
Ms.
Hope to catch
Clemens,
the next live.
The defendant's
Oh,
statement.
thank you so much for being a new sub. Great to have you aboard.
Mr. Prieto asked you, and essentially she outlined 3 iterations of the incident. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this sucks. It does.
And he tried
This guy
to
is
focus
bad.
in on the part of the warrant where it said that
They've got a lot of work to do with this guy and a lot of evidence to organize before the trial
defendant
comes.
was,
'Cause This
you know,
guy
iteration 1,
sucks.
2, and 3.
Yes.
In iteration, for example, 2, did she give more or less details than in iteration 1?
On 2, she gave more.
Okay. So even though she told you a story for statement 1, she told you a bigger, more sensational story, statement 2.
Objection, Judge.
I'm just,
Counsel's testifying thanks on that.
was the second statement, because you said it was more details, was it more or less sensational than statement 1?
More.
Okay. So in that context, is her statement 1 consistent with her statement 2?
No,
Okay. Why not?
because she's adding more to the story.
Okay. Why does it matter that she's adding more to the story?
Because it helps us out, helps us come to a better conclusion of what actually did occur, and it's filling in the gaps of the story.
And then statement 3 was that last recap where she takes a moment and talks to herself, right?
Yes.
So let's process through that. That one, that third statement, was she speaking faster or slower than her 2 prior statements?
I can't remember.
Okay. Was she kind of rushing through it, or, I mean, what I'm trying to figure out is, did she give more details in statement 3 than statement 2?
I want to say she was rushing through it because she was, I guess, getting annoyed that I kept asking her for the story again and again.
Why did you keep asking her for the story over and over again?
Because the more, sometimes the more that we ask the story again.
Well, apparently you didn't ask anybody anything, and if you did, you didn't put it in your report, you fuckwit.
So you weren't essentially trying to trip her up, you were just trying to get
More
trigger
information.
Okay. That third iteration, was it the same as 1 and 2?
I can't really remember too well.
I guess my point is, in every iteration, she
What
told the
can
story
you
that she was
remember?
grabbed by the neck.
Tell
pushed
us
against the
something you
wall,
can remember.
down, got up, got a knife, and stabbed Christian.
Yes.
Or threw a knife at Christian.
Yes.
But each one of the 3 accounts were different.
Yes.
How we got there, I guess, is different.
Yeah.
The manner in which the defendant described in her statement being grabbed at the neck, forced against the wall, thrust to the ground, as Mr. Prieto was testifying.
Thrust.
Did you see any injuries on her that would corroborate any of it?
No.
We talked about the Instagram video ourselves, and Mr. Prieto showed a abrasion on her right shoulder, almost by the bra strap, and press like a circle on her wrists and her arms.
Yes.
In reviewing the Instagram video, did you see those bruises?
Yes.
So they predated the stabbing.
Yes.
There were these neighbors that Mr. Prieto discussed, and they provided the statement that you interviewed. One talked about running around a car, and one talked about an incident at a dog park. Do you recall speaking with Mr. Prieto about those?
Yes.
So let's talk about it. The person that's talked about running around the car, did that person tell you they saw what led to and what happened after that incident?
No.
Did that person understand the context at all, or tell you what the context at all was of that?
He assumed he was
Hang on, I'll be right back.
out of the car.
Okay, but he didn't tell you beginning, middle, end.
No.
Dog park incident. That individual, did he tell you beginning, middle, end in the context of the incident?
No.
So I asked you those questions in the lead up to the surveillance video from February 21st. An individual that would see part of that video, that would be an individual who would say Christian is striking Courtney.
Yes.
Without seeing the defendant walk into the elevator, holding the door, and then attacking him.
I had to get a pillow to
They are
support
lacking
my
context.
back. My back is starting to kill me. Still haven't fully recovered from sitting down
As
for
part
10
of the
hours,
search of
then
the
coming and
apartment,
streaming the
documents with the victim's
Terry
name
trial
were-
for 10 hours a
and,
day.
I'm bringing that up
Sitting
in the
20 hours a
context of
day
Mr.
is
Brito talking about
bad for the back.
lease and who's on the lease.
now I feel
Are you aware that Mr. Oluselli is listed as a permitted occupant of that apartment? I'm asking if he's aware that is. You can answer.
Yes.
Is he a permitted person to enter?
Would I be able to look at the?
Yeah, you can look at if you have to.
Kind of. Nice. Oh, dude. Dude. Pull your head out of your ass. Let me guess. You can't find it.
You guys remember refresh?
Yes.
Was he a permitted person in that apartment?
Christian Oluselli.
Was he?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the documents obtained as part of the crime scene documents from the scene, at any point in time did Miami Police locate an electric bill?
Sorry, say that one more
At
time.
any point in time did City of Miami locate an electric bill in the name of Christian Oluselli?
I can't remember.
Okay. If it did, it would be in the crime scene photos?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through, did you locate clothing belonging to a male?
Yes.
Did you locate his belongings?
Yes.
Mr. Pareto was discussing with you the defendant having quote unquote kicked him out. As a fellow tenant of that unit, would she have been legally?
Objection, Judge, calls for legal conclusion.
Did she let him back in April 1st?
This guy is so
Did she
uncomfortable.
let him back in April 2nd?
He's just
Yes.
Did she let him back in April 3rd?
listen to the soft eyes, soft voice. He's just
Mr. Pareto
he's
asked
begging to be let
about,
off the stand.
Or discussed with you body worn camera from an April 1st incident. So I want to talk to you about that. Have you reviewed that body camera?
I did, but I don't remember too much from it.
That's fair. Do you
I
recall
don't
a
remember
conversation
too
about-
much from it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the defendant making a statement that she needed to get a restraining order before the victim died?
I remember the restraining order part, but that's it.
Okay, I'll just direct the court to that. Do you recall a police officer asking the defendant whether she was under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll direct the court to that. Do you recall whether the police instructed her as to the circumstances in which of how to obtain a restraining order?
Yes.
And did the defendant state anything that would have justified the issuance of a restraining
What was the hell was that?
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Did the defendant say anything that would have justified the restraining order?
I don't remember.
Objection, Judge, calls for legal conclusion.
Mr. Pareto discussed with you regarding clumps of hair in the Las Vegas incident. So I want to walk through that with you. Do you know whether that was human hair or extensions?
I don't.
Do you know whether the defendant took them off herself or whether they were ripped off?
I don't.
Did in the video did the defendant's
Oh.
hair appear to be disheveled?
Yes.
Did it appear to be yanked, like missing patches?
No.
This guy's just saying whatever is coming out of his
So
ass.
you don't know how the quote unquote hair clumps of
So
hair.
the clumps of hair now were they extensions that she had taken out by herself? Oh my God, the evidence
No,
in this.
Mr. Pareto discussed with
See,
you
this is
about
why these
what
things are so kind of wild westy. They don't have all the evidence together. They don't have a definite narrative worked out yet.
that the droplets of blood was consistent with running around the apartment.
This
You
trial's
recall that?
got to tighten up, otherwise it's going to be a
Since Mr.
disaster
Pareto
for
asked that, I'm going
everybody.
to redirect
And
the
this guy's just
conversation.
fucked.
We
He's just
discussed ourselves.
incompetent.
1, 2, and 3 bloods. 2 were clumps. 1 was where the 2 guest bedrooms interlocked.
Yes.
And the defendant was found cradling the victim. The second was a little bit further into that.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So then the droplets of blood, where was that?
It led from the second pool of blood to the master bedroom and bathroom.
Through the kitchen.
Yes.
Okay. So because that pool of blood that we discussed was number 2, where the defendant was found, or the defendant and the victim were found, that was the conclusion of the droplet. Was that the conclusion of the droplet trail?
I'm sorry, can you start over?
Since we know that the victim.
How can you start over?
That second pool that we discussed.
Yes.
Yes.
Is your testimony that the droplets, because it was running around the apartment? that
Ed,
was
this is the
conclusion
lead
of
detective on the
droplets running around
case.
the apartment?
Yes.
And more specifically, the droplets of blood begin in the kitchen, go to the master bedroom, back through to that second floor.
Yes.
As it pertains to the calls, Mr. Prieto brought up how the defendant called 911. Do you remember that?
How, on which one?
How the defendant called 911 when Christian was dead.
Yes.
Okay. So, and we know that Mrs. Clenny, the defendant's mother, was on the phone with the defendant at the time of the stabbing, specifically the first call.
Yes.
Mr. Prieto made a very long conversation about how you didn't ask about the second call, but we'll get to that. So, as it pertains to the stabbing that's having occurred during the first call, that first call was for 6 minutes at 2:43. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Ombuselli was stabbed somewhere between 2:43 and 2:49.
Yes.
The defendant's first call after the stabbing, do you recall who it was to?
To her mother. Her mother.
How long was that call?
I believe it was about 7 minutes.
Okay. And then after those 7 minutes passed, did she call 911 or did she call someone else before?
I can't remember.
Of course you can't remember. Why would the
And
lead
then she
detective
called.
remember a fucking thing?
So, in a nutshell, she waited 10 minutes before she called 911.
Yes.
Objection, Judge. It's facts, not in evidence.
I'm eliciting the fact to be in evidence.
Good answer. They're not in evidence yet. They will be as soon as he answers the question.
So let's discuss your conversation with Mrs. Clenny, and the court has the audio recording of it. But I want to kind of reverse do it. When we talked earlier, I asked you whether you knew anyone else was listening on the call, and you told me no.
Correct.
Did you find out whether someone else was listening on that call?
Yes.
Okay, who was that person?
Her father.
Okay. When the father interjected earlier, you said that the father interjected to say that Mr. Prieto was at the police station.
Yes.
Okay. That was essentially the first time where you became aware of the lawyer and everything else.
Yes.
Judge, this is a object. This is outside the scope of my cross.
It's literally redirect. So at that point, when you got up and left to go let Mr. Prieto into the police department, that ceased your interview with Mrs. Clenny.
Yes.
When you interview witnesses, do you interview them together or separately?
Separately.
Oh,
Why do you
good.
do that?
So they don't share information with each other, and we can get two different understandings of their side of the story.
So not having known that Mr. Clenny was on the other line of that phone, you don't know whether he was feeding her answers or not.
Correct.
Separate from that, now knowing that Mr. Clenny was listening in on the conversation, did you have any reason to further elicit any testimony from Mrs. Clenny?
No.
Now, let's talk about the two calls. Did you ask explicitly about the first call?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Clenny answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did she go on a tangent?
Objection on relevance.
Sure.
Oh, I'm objecting to
while
the
talking
relevance of
about
half
the
what he's
incident that
talking
happened
about, but
At any point in time, did she stop talking about the April 3rd incident and start talking about the week prior?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time after talking about how terrible the victim was, did she ever return to the date of incident?
No.
Okay. So Ms. Clenney not only didn't discuss the second call, but then she redirected
Yes.
to a separate incident. Okay. Can the defense put on the text messages? The text messages that you showed from Mrs. Clenney? Can you put them on? Yeah, the. Well, they do that. For our the screenshot of the text messages, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Prieto discussed with you how 404 is just because it was screenshot in Central Time and so on and so forth. So, what time was police called?
I don't recall.
I don't remember that time.
There you go. Surprise!
Would you agree it was before 5?
Yeah.
So all of these text messages were sent after stabbing?
Well, I can't really tell.
Well, the first message 4:04 p.m.
Yeah.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yes.
Okay, so do the messages kind of load reverse chronologically?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that these messages were sent after the stab?
Yes.
Perhaps. Why is the judge not ruling until December 8th? This poor girl has to sit in jail for that long. Well, this poor girl's going to be sitting in jail until at least the end of her trial. She's not getting out on bail.
He separates her from the victim.
The judge needs a chance to review the testimony, look at law, give considerations, and then make the decision. So
when Mrs. Clenney sends this message, please tell me what is happening, asking the defendant what is happening, the defendant would be unable to reply.
Correct.
So Mrs. Clenney, not knowing what happened and demanding that the defendant call her, then said, even though it was self-defense, don't say anything with the police without getting a lawyer first. That's what's in defense's exhibit.
good, solid advice.
But that wasn't the message that you saw, right?
No.
The message you saw was the last one?
Yes.
The last message says, before it cuts off here at the bottom, it is very important, ... Even though it was self-defense, you cannot say anything without an attorney exclamation point. Innocent people get in trouble all the time, right?
Yes.
Is that offering the defendant self-defense?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
So he's trying to say that the mother put the idea of claiming self-defense into her mind.
I want to talk to you about why you didn't talk to Mrs. Clenney and Mr. Clenney any further. After your investigation, et cetera, then you briefed the state, and that's where we were at. At some point, did you realize that Mrs. Cleanney's statement was kind of inconsistent with everything we talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Would her further statement have contributed anything either positively or negatively in your investigation?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because she might want to make up any more excuses or change something she says.
Objection.
I'm asking because defense counsel crossed on the issue, and I'm asking him why he didn't do something in the investigation. So if counsel's going to make the lack of evidence argument, I can move that. Why didn't you interview Mrs. Clem?
Because I didn't know if they were going to try and make up a new story or change anything from that date of incident.
What about Mr. Clem? Is that the same answer as those?
Yeah, pretty much.
Flock says, Jeff. I can't believe that.
Why not Mr. Clenny?
Thank you.
Answer.
Neither, on cross, Mr. Prieto asked you about where Mrs. Clenny and Mr. Clenny were in relation to the defendant. And if I recall correctly, you said that they were in Texas and she was here.
Yes.
Were they witnesses to this incident?
No.
So they do not know what happened inside their
Steve Kurtz Jr. says watching this on 2x speed, and it really exaggerates the detective anxiety. I'm sure it does.
Yes.
Oh, thank God, this poor detective. What does the judge want to know?
I'm still a little bit confused about that. You said facts on evidence. I have a follow-up. So let me just make sure that I'm putting it all together correctly. So.
Sure. 1 second. Detective, I'm going to ask you to step down. Just to get through the screen.
And then if you have questions about this.
Yes.
Does the court want me to go straight to the exhibit, or does my PowerPoint slide? I'll go straight to the exhibit.
By all means, show us a PowerPoint slide. Yeah, dark.
The one in the box.
Dark Aisle. It is a small courtroom. This is just a bond hearing. It doesn't need a huge gallery with a million people in it. It's just the lawyers, the defendant. Thank you.
Detective, I'm showing you what's in evidence as stated Exhibit 16.
It's exhibit 1.
Well, sorry, Exhibit 1 on the flash drive, Exhibit 16, thank you, within the flash drive. Do you know what all of these columns mean?
They have numbers.
What are these columns?
This is that's called, the phone call changed from. This is the date.
The Colorado Springs shooter was a part of the LSD.
And this is not.
Are you on LSD, Flux? What are you talking about?
In April, how many hours ahead of time is that?
4.
You mean ahead, so that it's zero or not? Minus.
Yes.
Okay. So this first column, 4/3/2022, 146, that actually, I'm understanding correctly, is April 2nd, 2022, 9:46. So I want to direct you to the one that sticks up here is 911. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. So that's the first 911 is 16 is the 17th and 18th slide on the calling zero. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. What time is the 911 for?
2057, which would put it back to 427.
1657. Okay. So immediately before that, the defendant dialed this number 76.
You said LSD, Flux, not LDS. That LSD and LDS are different things. You said he was a part of LSD.
Do you know
His mother was Mormon. His mother was LDS. Apparently he did, but didn't go to church for a long time.
Two separate calls. You see here, one's 437 and one's 393. And then the defendant's number called 512-417.
Doxing. Numbers, no.
Okay. So, again, two calls, one's 393, one's 430. Let's talk about the first one. The first one was at 20:43. What time is that? Okay, which is what?
Good Star Trek 4 reference there.
Okay. So then there was 6 As an aside, do you have multiple calls on that policy? So would that explain why there's kind of extra calls overlapping?
Yes.
Right before these two calls, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 calls from 512-745-3582 to 214-789-9531. You see that? Yes. Okay. Whose number is 214-789-9531? Okay. And then, so let's go from oldest to youngest. The first call in that chain, 1955, what time is that local time?
Oh, Lord, I really don't care about this.
13. No, sorry. Okay. So 1555 is what time local? Okay. So 1555 is 355 local time. Is that the same time when Mr. Musella getting the elevator? Yes. So the defendant is calling the victim and he's not answering. The defendant does that one more time, exact same minute. Do you agree? Okay. And then again 6 minutes later. Okay. And then finally at 20:43, he does get another call. This one. How can you tell that this one's answered?
Oh God, they're calling everybody every few minutes. This is just.
Just for the record, I'm interrupting you. What does it mean?
He was power police, but
Well, I vote we just. Who cares when the phone calls came in? Oh, this is the question here. What? This is the one question that I wanted the answer to. How long from the time she called her mother until she called 911? That's the whole point of showing all of these phone calls.
And the defendant called 911. 20:43 to 20:57. I think math isn't our best option. Would that be 14 minutes?
14 minutes. Yep, that was right.
I believe, I don't know if the court.
See, that doesn't look good. No matter what, just stab somebody in the chest and then not call 911 for 14 minutes, but instead talk to your mom and then post some new OnlyFans shit the next day. Bad optics. Let's catch up here.
It says 2057, there was a call to 911, right? And right before that, there was a call to the 512-745-3582, correct?
yes.
This column here is the number called, correct?
Yes.
And what is this column here, the CPN? Let me just phrase it this way. There's 2 calls prior to the call to 911 to 512-745-3582. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So those are calls to Ms. Clay's mother, right?
Yes.
You have no idea when Mr. Musella received that stabbing, correct?
No.
Prior to the call to 911. 911, correct? Well, let me ask you this. The stabbing could have occurred right before the 911 call. This column here is the number called, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we know how phone records work.
So the defendant is 55 local time. Was that the same time when Mr. Musella getting the elevator? Yes. Okay. So
I think that may be it.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to step down. Just to get through the screen.
And if you have questions about this,
Yes.
Well, that's pretty much it. They just
Well, let me just
dick around with the phone questions, and then they call it a day. Wow, that detective was a piece of work, man. That was just. He said it was tolerable at the beginning, but just became an absolute dumpster fire of a cross examination. And then he got lit up, just lit up. Day 2. Dad talks about finances. Dad's on the stand a lot during day 2. So we'll hit day 2 on Friday. So here's it's 2:14 here. It's time for me to pop some Tylenol and get to sleep so we can do this all again tomorrow. Here's the weekend preview. Tomorrow, O.J. Simpson, Mark Furman will be continuing his brutal experience under cross-examination by F. Lee Bailey. Friday, we'll be doing day 2 of this hearing. And then so on Monday, we'll be doing another Maritime Monday. And Tuesday we'll be giving some more updates on the Taylor Business case. And we will be looking at what we know so far about the Idaho murder cases. So, OJ, day 2 of Stabarella, as I guess we're calling her. So OJ tomorrow, Stabarella, day 2 of the bond hearing. On Friday, Monday, Maritime Monday, ship collisions, ship accidents, whatever it is that I decide to do. And then next Tuesday will be Taylor Business and the University of Idaho murders. That's the weekend preview. And all right here, guys, it's been a long night. Not as long as during the Terry trial, but long enough for me to decide it's time to go to sleep. So, mods, thank you for being here. Thank you for helping out, all of you. Valhalla waits, Alan, Rose, Beaver, yeah, just like everybody, all my mods that were here tonight. Bless you all for keeping us entertained, keeping us on track, and keeping the grift alive. People in the chat, thank you for being here and participating. We have the best chat on planet Earth. The Vice Squad rocked. And for those of you just listening on in the background, taking care of your day, going about, just using me for noise in the back, thank you. Appreciate it. Today was an especially difficult day. Tomorrow, the video is much better than the quality today. But if you guys have a chance, come back later and hit the like button and maybe leave a comment. And thank you so much for the super chats. Oh, XComer coming in as always right at the end with a super sticker. What is that? What on earth is that? Oh, it's okay. It's the hippos coming up out of the water thing. All right. Thank you so much for that. Stabarella. We will continue with her again. Day 2 of the hearing. And then the judge will rule on whether or not to give her bail on December 8th. Thank you so much for the super chats. As always, deeply appreciated. Take care, all. See you at 8 a.m. Eastern for OJ. Have a good night. And if you're able to, do not forget to enjoy your legal vices. Lawrax out.